Red Association is working with you to ensure a vibrant horse racing community. Shared stories call for a united voice. That's COSA, representing the interests of horse people racing at Ontario racetracks. So whether you're first, last, or somewhere in between, we've got your back. With insurance, benefits, free lifetime memberships, and more. COSA. Follow our stories on social and check out the process at cosaonline.com.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the Raceway, the 6th edition of the Drivers' Holiday Challenge this evening in London. All in support of Toys for Tots. We're just below the freezing mark, -2 Celsius, 30 Fahrenheit. Some flurries, some drizzle in the air, some weather through the night. Left a blanket of snow over London. Sugar Doyle with you from the top of the Raceway. Getting set for program changes. There are numerous changes on tonight's race card. You'll need a good pen or pencil if you're going to come along for the ride with these changes. I get a number of them, and we've got some time. Race 1, scratch the 4. Full credit. Judges scratch a 4 in the opener. Starts up that very popular pick 5. Race 2 is clear. So changes continuing in race number 3. Blinkers to blind for 3 Dark Twisted Balboa. Scratch the 5, Zippin' and Rippin'. Again, scratch the 5 from the 3rd. 4th race on the night. A judge's scratch of 1, State of Play. Key scratch in there, pull the 1 from race 4. Race 5, the early high 5. It's a judge's scratch of 1, Missy Rocks. Put a blind bridle on 6, Lazar Mania, and a line for 8, Wicked Discovery. Starting here, December 5th, was finishing 6th in 2, 2, and 4. Austin Sorry was driving. Again, scratch the 1 from race 5. Race 6, trotting event. Race number 6. Shoeing change for the 2 Royal Leaf. Aluminum to steel all around. Remove the Murphy blind for the left side. The 4 Royal Life was barefoot all around, going to aluminum up front and a steel in behind. Scratch number 6, deal and double. The 9 will not be moving in. So scratch 6 from race 6. Race 7 opens up a late pick 5 in London. Scratching 6 was number 3, Context Fashion. Number 8, 7 Iron. Flip-flop to steel, shoes up front. The 9, yes, is going to move in and leave from post 3, driven by Louis Philippois. Scratch the 3, race 7. The 9 will go from post 3 with LPR on board. 8th race begins. A late pick 4. Shoeing change for 2, Atlas Hanover. Steel to aluminum up front. 9th race. Judge's scratch of 7, Fashion Forward. And number 8, Pink Quartz, going aluminum to steel, shoes up front. Scratch 7 from race 9. 10th race. Shoeing change for both 3 and 5. The Lone Ranger, 3, aluminum to steel up front. The 5, Mickey Makes Some Speed, aluminum to steel up front. And a pair of scratches, race 10, 7, Mr. Mock Jimmy, and 8, DM Snake Plissken. Both judges' scratches. Remove 7, 8, and the 9 from race 10. 11th and final. Group of trotters was going to be the return of one sizzling hot Herbie. He's a judge's scratch tonight. The 9 will not be moving in. That's what I've got for changes this evening. Numerous changes on tonight's 11 race card. We normally take a short break, but we're going to go right into some Pick 5 ticket ideas. Alrighty, there's a look at my early Pick 5 play. This ticket idea brought to you by our good friends at Abode Home Comfort. Opening leg, I'm on the 5 and 8. I'm looking for prices to show up in the opener. Hollywood Dale, Phil Hudon. 8, he's a handyman, Paul McKenzie. Either one of those I've got pegged to start things up on the very popular Pick 5. Race number 2, the 1 Psycho Itch, the 4 Gracie T. Liking their chances. I think it could be the lineup there for the second race. Then we're going to go deep. We're reaching deep in races 3 and 4. The third race, Brian Seals, their class dropping. Dark Twisted Balboa's got to be a player there. Odds on kickoff, an early speed threat outside the 7 Dark. Side of Wicked for a price. Fourth race then, key scratch of 1, so that leaves me with the 3, Philly Watcher returning. A Rose Run Vortex. The 4 horse fitting in well. Lord Anthony the 5 and number 6 Mel's Legacy could be a player with those. And on the end of it, the Pick 5 play. Going to finish it up with the filly. Better in heels. She's 5 for 6 in winning. Again, 5 wins in her last 6 outings for the filly. Better in heels. And then number 5, B3PO. We'll use that one as well on the end of the Pick 5 play. So that's the way we see things shaking down here on the early Pick 5. Sugar Doyle with you from the eye in the London sky. Sporting my fabulous Master Feeds swag there. Master Feeds, along with many others, are going to be race sponsors on this evening's very special cards. One of my favorite nights of racing, a staple for the holiday season coming into December, the Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. We're getting set to start things up here. Thank you all for supporting this most worthwhile cause. Again, 6th edition began back before the pandemic, and it's been a real hit here in London, and we thank all the horse people, everyone involved for supporting this event. It means a lot to the children to have a gift under the tree come Christmas time. So thank you so much, and we're glad you're tuned in, turned on to the Raceway. Big crowd up at the top of the fair this evening. Wager early up there to avoid the disappointment of being shut out. And for those on track elsewhere, if you're off track as well, we're just happy to have you with us along for the ride. The Drivers Holiday Challenge, going to be a lot of fun. Great looking lineup of drivers. Best of luck to all racing and playing this evening. So race number 1, sponsored by Trot Magazine. First leg of this Holiday Driver Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. We've got horses on track, stepping out here. So again, we'll thank the good folks at Trot Magazine, sponsoring race number 1 of 11. On camera there, we've got a look at number 2, Dalhousie. Garrett Rooney gets the call for Jack Ramage. Trainers Chris Haskell. Another one to look at here, number 3, Bearcat Willie picks up Daryl Thiessen tonight for owner, trainer, breeder Mike Horner. 4 was scratched. Phil Hudon joining us tonight in London. Phil Hudon representing Western Canada. Along with Daryl Thiessen, he's driving 5, Hollywood Deo. This one owned by Frank Cherivalate along with Colonel Schneider Jr., Cash Schneider trains. Number 6, Max Shadow, trained and driven by Lauren House. Nancy Taylor of Lucan owns. Outside chance for the 7, Pebble Beach Pro. It's Austin Sorey, driving for Kim and Brad McDivitt, along with Tom Broadhurst. Scott McDivitt trains. Austin Sorey represented the Maritimes with Paul McKenzie driving 7, Pebble Beach Pro. And there's Paul McKenzie driving 8. He's a handyman. I believe he's got a big shot to start things up. Big price, 10-1. fitting in well. Mackenzie on board for owner Mark Horner. Trainer's Mike Horner. He's a handyman. Finds a good spot here. Reduced field of 7. Now, Sam Filion was listed on the 4 full credit, but with that scratch on the scorekeeper's sheet, it shows in the event of a scratch, the driver will receive 5 points. So out to an early lead, right? Sam Filion grabs 5 points for the scratch of number 4 in the opener. There's Louis Philippe on board, number 1 Large Aunt Levi. For owner Larry Lane, Pat Bissett conditions. Louis teaming up with Sam Filion to represent the Quebec region in this Drivers Holiday Challenge, all in support of Toys for Tots. All right, this pick 5 ticket idea. I had the 5 and 8 starting things up. The 5, Hollywood Deo. The 8, he's a handyman. Both price players here. This pick 5 pool set to go north of $10,000 here very soon. Paul McKenzie on board, this 41-time winner. Been missing the board in recent starts, but this could be the right spot. He is getting some serious class relief. The question mark for me would be that he's missed about 3 weeks of racing action, so maybe freshened up a bit. I like his chances. I'm going to stay with him as my top call in here. 8-1 you're getting for the trailing horse. He's a handyman, a good fit. Another good fit here, Hollywood Dale, and a good fit in this Drivers Challenge. Phil Hudon joining us this evening, a Woodbine Mohawk Park regular. Phil Hudon ships into London to participate here, representing the Western Canada region, along with Daryl Thiessen. Daryl on the 3, Phil's got this 5, Hollywood Dale for Team Schneider. Another one getting class relief. I've got a pair of class droppers to start up the pick 5, possibly. Always a little bit tougher, right? Multi-leg ticket ideas last night, they were all winners. But tonight, it gets much tougher with this Drivers Challenge in play. Give it some thought all night long. Take your best shot. Getting set to start things up here. First of 11. Race 1 sponsored by Trot Magazine. It's post time. Going in behind the gate. Favorite status on the 1 Large Aunt Levi as Louis Philippe comes in from the big track of Woodbine Mohawk Park as well. Large Aunt Levi on the rail. Dalhousie, Bearcat Willie, Hollywood Dale, Max Shadow, Pebble Beach Pro for 6 across. And the lone trailer, he's a handyman. 1/8 of a mile for the start. It's the 2025 edition of the Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. It starts right now. They're off. Bearcat Willie to take them on out of there. Thiessen teeing one up very early on this night in London. The lead quickly by 2.5 lengths. Bearcat Willie at 25-1. One of the longest shots on the board here, front ending and freewheeling. Away in second was Hollywood Deo. Large Aunt Levi at 3-5 spies up the front 2 from third. He's a handyman. The midfield 4th. That comes ahead of Dalhousie, who's loving this hot early pace. Next to last, Max Shadow, Pebble Beach Pro at the back of the bus. Single file bending around turn number 2. Bearcat Willie still loose up front. His lead continues to be 2 full lengths. Bearcat Willie trying to go downtown in London. Hollywood Dale staying in. Large Aunt Levi now giving his cue. Right line from third. A toe up for He's a Handyman now in play for McKenzie. Buried in fifth was Dalhousie, setting it up third over Max Shadow for defending champion of this challenge house. Trailing still, Pebble Beach Pro over the half at 59-1. Bearcat Willie showing the way, reaching up and at him now. This is L'Argent Levi, matching strides on the outside. Tripping out in third has been Hollywood Dale. Wonderful toe up here if good enough, for he's a handyman. He's a fourth, gapped along the inside. Dalhousie. Back markers continuing to be Max Shadow, Pebble Beach Pro over to three quarters. 128. 28-4 through the third. L'Argent Levi takes the heart away from the long shot Bearcat Willie. He's a handyman. Left uncovered here. Buried in fourth. Hollywood Deo through the stretch into the mile. Louis Philippois will start things up. Maybe. Oh, he's bearing wide. Can he hold on? He had enough to get there. L'Argent Levi on board for Bissett. Kind of tight for second there. Hollywood Deo was in there with He's a Handyman. 158-1. So right off the bat, it is driver Louis Philippois striking. Sponsored by the Brickman Stable. Louis Philippois is on this evening. Hollywood Deo finishing second with Phil Hudon on board. Phil sponsored by the Hoarder Stable. And then rounding out the top three, He's a Handyman. Mackenzie on board, sponsored by the Pentland Stable. In to take fourth, Pebble Beach Pro, Austin Sori, and he would be sponsored by the Kerr Stable. So returning to victory lane right off the bat, Louis Philippois takes the opening dash of this 6th edition of the Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. L'Argent Levi, 4-year-old gelded son of All Bets Off, out of Twin Bee Elite by Jeremy's Jet, owned by Larry Lane of Godrich. Pat Bissett, winning trainer. Again, Louis Philippois, LPR, on board for this gutsy winning effort. Again, Louis, sponsored by the Brickman Stable, takes the Trot Magazine feature right off the bat, 158-1. Congratulations. And we do have on track with us tonight Nathan Bain. He is mic'd up down around the winner's circle. Might get some reaction here from our winning driver, Louis Philippois. Takes the opener. Again, Louis sponsored by the Brickman Stable. Down to Nathan Bain, trackside, following the victory by L'Argent Levi. We're all set there, Nathan. Sending it down to Louis and Nathan here, which it's a cooler night, right? So we might be having a little trouble there getting mic'd up. And, yeah, let's see what Nathan's got going on down there. Maybe another race then, Nathan. All right. We'll get the prices up and going here. L'Argent Levi was a race favorite. He was paying $320. $320 in the nose for one L'Argent Levi. Exactor came back at $10.60. Dollar try, $22.65. The super for $1, $86.65. 20 center was worth $17.33. Race 2 up and coming. That one sponsored by Clinton Raceway. Exactor try, super. It's an early pick 4 beginning. And there are actually no changes in race 2. A full field of 8. We'll see all 8 drivers in the challenge competing in race number 2. Again, the start of a pick 4 play. 8 minutes to think about it. Here's that official rundown. If you're looking to keep score, there is a score-keeping page inside of your program. We'll be updating the tallies throughout the night and bringing up a board on the monitor, I'm sure, as we get into this challenge. So in race one, Large John Levi was the race winner. And noting with a 7-horse field in there, the point structuring, as noted on the scorekeeping page, the winner getting 14 points. So, again, rundown. Large John Levi first. Dalhousie was fifth. Bearcat Willie sixth. Full credit was scratched. That's 5 points. Going to Sam Filion for the scratch. Hollywood Dale was second. Mac Shadow seventh. Pebble Beach Pro was fourth, and He's a Handyman would finish third. Top down reading a 1, 5, 6, scratch 2, 7, 4, and 3. So a big early lead for the Quebec region with 19 points. And getting away in second, Western Canada totaling 12 points. The Maritimes have 10. Ontario rounding it out there with 4 points. So a lot of work to do for Team Ontario to come back now as we get going in this Drivers Holiday Challenge. 4 minutes away from race number 2, we'll get a look at a pair of ticket ideas here for the second race. A ticket idea for friend of the show, Mark Anderson out of Chicago. He's put together his multi-leg ticket ideas this evening. Myself will get those ticket ideas here to you shortly. Brought to you by Abode Home Comfort. Early double will pays are on display here. The favorite to complete it, number 4, Gracie T, comes back at 10-10 on the $2 ticket. And then a very similar action for horses 1, 3, and 5, all in the $20 to $22 range. 1, 3, and 5 would be second choices to complete the early double. So again, in race number 2, this one sponsored by Clinton Raceway. We get that full field of 8. All 8 competing drivers are listed here in race number 2. And there's the current standings then, right there. As of race number 1, out in front, Louis Philippois with the 14 points. Phil Hudon picked up 9 for the deuce. Paul McKenzie finishing up third. Gets away with 6 points in hand. And then there are the rest. So primetime racing coverage, that's going to be at 8:30 Eastern on the game. If I can find that there. Game Plus Network. There it is. Game Plus Network, that primetime racing show, plus other harness racing social media channels. You'll be able to follow along on the primetime racing show beginning at 8:30 Eastern. It'll go until 10 o'clock as we wrap up tonight's action. 2 minutes away from the second. Let's bring up those pick 4 ticket ideas. Alrighty, it's the early pick 4 here, $5,000 guaranteed pool. Ticket ideas for Abode Home Comfort. There is your live money update for the pick 5 pool, containing just shy of $17,000, $7,385 in play following a victory by a 3-5 favorite. So for me in the second race, I'm on Psycho Itch, I'm on Gracie T, 1 and 4. Then we're 40, races 3 and 4. Race 5 on the end of it, we're going to stay with number 3, Better in Heels, and the 5B3PO. That's the way I see the early pick 4. Now, we missed out on Mark Anderson's early pick 5 ticket idea. Just short on time, right? But we've got plenty of time to talk about Mark Anderson's early pick 4 play. So here we go for Mark. In the opening leg, he went 4, Gracie T, and then he goes to the trailing spot, Stilton Gold. Over into the third for Mark. He's 3 deep in there with Bryant Sealster, odds on kickoff. And Dark Side of Wicked, big price player on the outside. 4 deep for Mark in the 4th race. That is where we're on the same page. Both of us using 3, 4, 5, and 6, I believe. Philly Watcher, Rose Run Vortex finds a great spot. Lord Anthony, Mel's Legacy, another one to think about in the 4th race. And race number 5, Mark is 3 deep in there with the Philly Better in Heels. He's also trying Mighty Mary and B3PO. 3, 4, and 5 for Mark on the end of his early pick 4 ticket idea. Moments away from a post parade, race number 2 again, sponsored by Clinton Raceway. Live shot from our paddock as we await the horses for race number 2 in the 2nd race, the 4 Gracie T. 3-1 currently for Paul McKenzie. This mare is always in the hunt. Likely a strong pick 4 play here. 3-1 currently behind a pair of them, listed at 9-5 right now. The 1 Psycho Itch, Phil Hudon, and the 5 Credit Kawhi. Louis maybe to come right back. Louis is the favorite with number 5, Credit Kawhi here early going. There you can see horses are coming through the tunnel from across the road, stepping in on track here for the post parade of race number 2. It's a group of $8,000 claiming fillies and mares on the pace. You're looking at 1 Psycho Itch, Jim Napper owning, Catherine Gaudreau training. It's Phil Hudon driving. Again, Hudon, sponsored by the Horner Stable. Number 2 will be Starbets, trying to double up over London for Don and Heather McGregor. Peter Core training. Lauren House in the sulky. House sponsored by the Libby Stable. Penny's Dewaz 3 for Valerie Phillips. John Kennedy. John trains. Austin Sorey in the sulky, sponsored by the Kerr Stable. Rod Duford owning. Ashley Duford trains the 4 Gracie T. Paul McKenzie is on the lines. McKenzie, sponsored by the Pentland Stable. Wendy Armstrong owning. Pat Bissett trains 5 Credit Kawhi. Louis Philippe trying to come right back here. Wah, sponsored by Brickman Stable. MVP Kamala 6 going out for owner-trainer Ernest Party. Garrett Rooney does the driving this evening. Rooney sponsored by the Kennedy Stable. Snake Eyes Hanover 7 It's Leanne Davidson, James Grant, Adrian Sharma on the ownership line with Daryl Laver training. Daryl Thiessen on board. Thiessen sponsored by the Boston's Stable. And rounding it out from the treading spot 8, Stilton Gold, Harry Martin owning and training. Our first look at Samuel Filion this evening in the sulky. Filion sponsored by the McNiven Stable. There's your 8, Stilton Gold. Full field of 8. No changes here at Exacta Tri Super. It's the early pick 4. Starting up, $5,000 guaranteed pool. Let's go. I took Mackenzie in the opener, and he did a pretty good job with He's a Handyman to be third in there. I'm going to go right back to Mackenzie with this 4, Gracie T, a mare who I mentioned is always in the hunt. She's got a pair of wins in her last 3 outings over London. Great record in her 2025 season. She is 19 for 32 in top 3 finishes, including 6 victories. She's got some gate speed. If she could ever touch down on the lead here early, she'd be very tough to get around, I'm thinking. 9 to 5. Second choice currently behind the 5, Credit Kauai. Phil Hudon. I caught up with Phil briefly down around the paddock. A big smile on, of course. He's happy to be here, happy to be supporting the event. Drivers Holiday Challenge, 6th edition, in support of Toys for Tots. Phil gets a shot here with number 1, Psycho Itch. Catherine Gojo training. Much improved post for this one. I mean, he hasn't had the rail since late September. She hasn't had the rail since late September. Since then, it's been more than a few outside posts, but rail advantage tonight might put the Psycho Itch right into the thick of things. 7 to 2. Mild price player here for Phil Hudon. Defending champion of this Drivers Holiday Challenge. We had Lauren House in play last season, the first time he ever participated in any kind of driver challenge in Ontario, and what happened? He went out and won it. Defending champion from last season, Lauren House. On board number 2, Star Bets. The big mare got the job done last time out. She was tripping out in there, had the pocket ride. She looks great, actually, going to the gate. Getting a big price on her tonight, 16 to 1. Lauren House driving number 2, Star Bets. The starter, John, he has called them in. Gates moving. Last call to fire in late on this early pick 4. You'd have to hurry. Pacing, fillies and mares, $8,000 claiming tags, upper turn, Psycho Itch, Star Bets, Pennies Noir, Gracie T in the center, then Credit Kauai, MVP Kamala, the Snake Eyes Hanover trailing out, Stilton Gold, field of 8 behind the gate. Into the stretch and picking up speed. Here they come for the opening leg of the early pick 4. They're off. Credit Kauai to take them on out of there. The big mare, Star Bets, wants a ringside seat again this week. Credit Kauai sailing to the top. Star Bets immediately pocketing up in second, sliding into third. Gracie T. The lineup is 5-2-4, sitting fourth. Psycho Itch gapping 2 lengths to Pennies Noir in fifth. Away in 6th with Stilton Gold. Next to last travels MVP Kamala. Snake Eyes Hanover is trailing the field. 29 flat for Credit Kauai, the second choice. Here at 2 to 1 on top by 2.5 lengths. Star Bets at 10 to 1. Pocket riding, traveling third, Gracie T. Still on hold in 4th, Psycho Itch. 5th best for Pennies Noir. Here comes the first sign of movement being offered up by Gracie T. Gracie T now in play here for Mackenzie, giving chase to pace setter. Credit Kauai, 59 and 3 halftime. So Credit Kawhi leading, up and at her, travels. Grace CT staying up close there in third with Starbets. The toe up in fourth for Psycho Itch. Fifth and on the in for Penny's Noir. Waiting for something from Stilton Goal. Back markers continuing to be MVP Kamala. And from last, Snake Eyes Hanover up and by 3/4. Here we go. Grace CT shoving ahead in front. Credit Kawhi is going to try to come back to her. Out there in third, Psycho Itch, though gapped on the cover. Starbets is still up there in the top four. Big move off the back end was Snake Eyes Hanover from last by 3/4. 128-4 and coming back. This is Credit Kawhi reborn for the drive home. Credit Kawhi has been on top all the way. Room at the inn. Starbets defending champ. House is coming. Credit Kawhi finds the line in time. Starbets would be second. Appeared to be Grace CT in third, and then Psycho Itch 2 minutes, 1/5, and Waugh comes right back. He's 2 for 2 early in the Drivers' Holiday Challenge. Credit Kawhi at 2-1. Number 5, Credit Kawhi found new life in the late going. Drifted wide, but had enough to hold off Starbets. Grace CT third, Psycho Itch fourth. 5-2, 4-1. That was the lineup at the quarter, and that is the lineup at the finish. Louis Philippe Waugh in for 2 early. Well, winning driver Louis Philippe Waugh found himself a mare that absolutely loves the front-end mission. And Credit Kawhi dug down deep late. Coming back on for the victory here. 6-year-old daughter of Up the Credit at a more than most by Abercrombie. She's owned by Wendy Armstrong of Clinton. Clinton Raceway sponsoring race number 2. This winner, trained by Pat Bissett, Louis Philippe Waugh, driving for the early day lead double. Credit Kawhi, career win number 20 right here, 5 on the season. Winning Connections getting set to pose for the winner's circle photo here. This is Credit Kawhi on top. Again, winning driver Louis Philippe Waugh, sponsored by Brickman Stable. The mare home and cooled here tonight, 2 minutes and 1/5. Congratulations. Way to go, Louis. Louis in from Woodbine, Mohawk Park, participating in the Drivers' Holiday Challenge. And Nathan says he's got it figured out here now with the mic, so we might get some trackside commentary with Louis. Oh, he's in for 2 early. And we've got Nathan Bain standing by trackside, and we'll send it down. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you, Sugar. And second time's the charm. Microphone's working now, so we're all set. Thanks for your patience. Louis Philippe Waugh and Team Quebec, stay hot. Credit Kawhi there in back-to-back with Pat Bissett as well. Take us through the trip there, Credit Kawhi. Looked like you had no problem getting her off the wings. And any worry when Paul McKenzie got alongside you there?
I could hear Paul was working on his since the half mile. I knew I didn't have much either, but I thought we were both already tired. So when you got the inside advantage, that's what helped me a little bit. When we hit the last turn, I could put him away a little bit. And then Lornique actually came late, and I was a little bit worried there late, but she just dug enough to give us the victory.
What's it mean to you for you and Sam Filion to represent Quebec here tonight?
Oh, it's very fun. I wish I could drive with Sam on a nightly basis. Every night I keep telling him, you should come to Mohawk, I definitely think he has the talent to do it. And just to be here tonight and be on the same team, it's even better.
And before I let you go here, Louis, next race coming up with a scratchy move in a spot, Favaro Sealster. Give me your thoughts on that one.
I won't lie to you, I didn't even look at the program yet.
All right, well, best of luck and congratulations on the early double here.
Thank you.
All right, Louis-Philippe Roy, Team Quebec, off to a hot start, back-to-back in races 1 and 2. Back up to you, Sugar, for the prices.
Right on. Thank you, Nathan. Obviously, Louis lives in the moment. He is going to take it one race at a time this evening. It's the $22.80 on the Louis-Philippe Roy Daily Double Price. Starting things up in the 6th edition of the Drivers Holiday Challenge. Credit Kawhi, $6.20 in the nose. The Exactor, $36.50. Dollar Try, $58.65. Super for a buck, $273.90. And again, it's a pretty good price coming back on the Louis Philippe Roy Daily Double, $22.80 for Largent Levi paired up with Credit Kawhi. 8 minutes away from the third up-and-coming, race number 3, sponsored by Avon Feed Mill and Dorchester Pet and Country Store. Upcoming third, Blinkers to a Blind Bridle. Number 3, Dark Twisted Balboa. Scratch the 5, Zippin' and Rippin'. The 9 will not be moving in. Reduced field of 7 coming up in the third of 11. Seven minutes to go here in the upcoming third race. Again, sponsored by Avon Feed Mill and Dorchester Pet and Country Store. Opening up as favorite, number 2, Brian Sealster in the class drop. One claim is entered. Just been informed that there is one claim entered on number 2, Brian Sealster, coming up 6 minutes away. Here's that rundown if you're keeping score with that scorekeeper's page inside of your on-track program. Race 2 rundown. Psycho Itch was 4. Star Bets 2nd. Pennies Noir 8. Gray CT was 3rd. Credit Kawhi. A race winner, MVP Kamala 7. Snake Eyes Hanover 6. Stilton Gold was finishing 5th. So from the top, 4, 2, 8. 3, 1, 7, 6, and 5. And I remember mentioning earlier on the X-Feed to some X-Feed pals, I thought Louis looked very strong late. Well, he's won the first 2 dashes of this challenge. Amazing. 4 minutes to post time now on race number 3. live money in play. It's a pretty sharp drop after Louis takes the first couple of races of the early pick five. The pick five pool just shy of $17,000. And it's a little over 1,000 live and in play. $1,130 in play for the pick five. The pick four started up in race number 2. 8,800 and change in the pool. $1,717 live and in play. Going into race number 3. So we thank our cappers for being with us tonight. Lou, Gislam, Melissa, Nathan, Howard the Lock, Mark Anderson. Little glitch here, but our TV department is working on getting Mark's picks up there as well. Mark with some ticket ideas on this evening's card. Little over a minute for the wagers here on the upcoming third race, again sponsored by Avon Feed Mill and Dorchester Pet and Country Store. We've got a pick 3 opportunity here in the upcoming third. There are the Mark Anderson selections added to the capper picks here. Myself and Lou, as well as Nathan and Howard the Lock, we're all going after the 2. Brian Sealster with 1 claim entered. Gislam Paquette, Melissa Keith, Mark Anderson. They're going to the 4 odds on kickoff. Both of them are co-favorites right now at 2-1. Got word from a little birdie this morning. Social media message, and I thought it was a pretty good message to receive, and I thought, well, wow, that's definitely worthy of a special shout out tonight. This gentleman informed me that Cameron and John McQueen dropped off a huge load of toys at Wilson's Tack last week. Donated dozens, more than a few dozen toys for part of the toy drive, right? All in support of Toys for Tots. They did the same thing last year. So big shout out to John and Cameron McQueen supporting this event in a big way. Well done, gentlemen. Best of luck with your horses tonight. Getting set for post-parade race number 3 up and coming. In this third race, number 2, Brian Sealster, major class relief. Will look for the drop and pop tonight. 1 claim is entered. Third race, Pacers on parade. A group of $8,000 claimers led by the one Century Jazz. It's Sam Fillion driving for Nathan Bain, David Bain conditions. Ross Batten owning and training number 2, Brian Sealster, Phil Hudon listed. One claim is entered. Dark Twisted Balboa, post 3. Lauren House the call for Diana McIntosh and Bill McIntosh. Diana Treens. Odds on kickoff, post 4. Austin Sorey driving for Tanya Lawson. Trainers Pat Bissett. 5 was scratched. So Paul McKenzie picking up 5 points on that scratch here. Number 6, Favaro Sealster, Louis Philippe. Can he go 3 for 3? Leanne Davidson, along with Stephen Davidson, James Grant, Adrian Sharma, they're all on the ownership line. Daryl Lever training, Louis Philippe trying to go 3 for 3 early tonight with 6, Favaro Sealster. 7 outside, dark side of wicket. Picks up Garrett Rooney tonight for owner-trainer Gary MacDonald. Ace 44 Jack is the trailing horse 8. Daryl Thiessen teaming for Kylie Harris. Randy Harris is training. So there you have it. Field of 7 reduced to 7 here in race 3. Exactor Tri Super a pick 3 opportunity. Had a few messages coming already about the primetime racing show. Folks want to know, what time does it start? Well, it's 8:30 Eastern on Game Plus Network. It'll also be available on various harness racing social media platforms. So the primetime racing show covering this Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots underway at 8:30 p.m. Key sponsors for the primetime racing broadcast, their final show of the season. Big thanks going out to Winback Farm, KOSA, and Wilson's Tack. Key sponsors for the primetime racing broadcast this evening. Gets underway at 8:30 p.m. Eastern on Game Plus Network and various social media channels. Less than 2 minutes wagering time. This third race, I'm on to Brian Sealster. Even money currently. Phil Hudon gets a great shot. Brian Sealster gets a real good shot to drop and pop here for Ross Batten. Looking at the 3, Dark Twisted Balboa, I believe he's a good fit here. He was hanging around late. First up attacker for a long ways. Just missed by a half length. He was 4th. It's been a pretty good check getter coming into London this fall. Just a one-time winner on the season. But he's a good fit with the 6-1 price player for House. Number 3, Dark Twisted Balboa. 1 minute left. Austin Sorey. Now he's on board a big speed threat here. Number 4, Odds on Kickoff. May have the best gate speed of them all in here. Right now he's a 5-2 second choice. Austin Sorey, leading driver in all of Canada for victories in his 2025 season. Well traveled over the last month or so. He made it out to the Alberta Super Finals. And most recently made a trip over to Paris, France to compete in a driving challenge there. And now he's with us, representing the Maritimes with Paul McKenzie. Their team representing the Maritimes. And he gets a big shot here with number 4, Odds on Kickoff. Austin Sorey, 5-2. Gates moving. On the rail, Century Jazz. Then Brian Sealster with the claim entered. Dark Twisted Balboa, Odds on Kickoff. Favaro Sealster, Dark Side of Wicket. That's 6 on gate, 1 late. Ace 44 Jack. Field of 7, 1/8 of a mile from the start. If you're down around the paddock, folks, Becca Masters in the kitchen with a bake sale. What's left? Here they come. They're off. Dark Twisted Balboa. Gonna get the front end mission this evening for House. Dark Twisted Balboa to the top, pocketing up. Was odds on kickoff, away in third. Favaro Seelster, Louis finding a spot up close in here. Gapping slightly in the fourth spot was Century Jazz. Team Quebec sitting third and fourth here. Up and towards the quarter mile. Brian Seelster holding pattern there in fifth for Hudon at 6-5. Next to last travels Dark Side of Wicked. And trailing was Ace 44 Jack up and by the quarter mile, clocking 29-1. Dark Twisted Balboa. He did take late action to the tune of 2-1. Makes him a second choice in here. Odds on kickoff for the trip staying in. Favaro Seelster uncovered and rolling up for Hudon. Here comes Bryant Seelster looking for that drop and pop style tonight. Brian Seelster on the march here with 1 lap to go. 4 in and 3 out. Following a halftime of 1 minute and 3/5. Dark Twisted Balboa still moving forward, though. Brian Seelster up and at him on the outside. Brian Seelster laying it all out here as they get on by the 5/8. Brian Seelster now a neck in front. Dark Twisted Balboa chased up to battle on in second. He's come back to him now. These two bridle to bridle and stepping on by 3/4. Dark Twisted Balboa. He is coming back to Brian Seelster. Still these two matching strides. Following up into third, Dark Side of Wicked. Fourth and in, odds on kickoff. 3 deep on the outside. Here comes Ace 44 Jack, buried in sixth. Favaro Seelster trailing, not at it by any means. Century Jazz, they make the swing. Dark Twisted Balboa fighting on against Brian Seelster. Room at the inn, odds on kickoff. Dark Twisted Balboa, defending champ House. Get there. Tight for second. Brian Seelster in a place photo with odds on kickoff in 2 minutes, 3/5. Number 3, Dark Twisted Balboa holds on. Over 2, Brian Seelster. 4, odds on kickoff. 6, Favaro Seelster. Finishing in 4th. 3, 2, 4, and 6. Your top 4 unofficial. So we mentioned Lorne House competed in his first ever driver challenge in Ontario last season. In this, the Drivers Holiday Challenge, he came out on top. So into tonight, he is the defending champ, and he shows up in the winner's circle here for race number 3. Lorne House, sponsored by Libby Stable, guiding Dark Twisted Balboa to a gate-to-wire victory. He was all heart tonight. Brian Seelster gave him all he could handle, and he did turn the favorite away through that final quarter. Dark Twisted Balboa, 7th career win, and now that is 2 on the season. Did it in front-end style. Dark Twisted Balboa, 5-year-old gelded son of Dally, from the modern art mare, Rocket Art. Bred by Megan Meekison of London, owned by Diana and Bill McIntosh of Melbourne. Diana, the winning trainer. Again, Lorne House keeping this one alive throughout. Sharp Gate Leave for this one, who I hadn't seen leave like that yet this fall, but he was teamed up early to go on in there, and yes, indeed, when faced with a stiff challenge through the third quarter, he was able to hold off the heavy favorite Brian Seelster. So here is Dark Twisted Balboa, a winner on the Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots Gate to Wire. 2 minutes, 3/5. Congratulations. Again, winning driver Lauren House, sponsored by the Libby Stable. We do have Nathan Bain once again standing by, and he'll get a few words with the defending champion of this event. We'll send a trackside here soon to Lauren and Nathan.
All right, thank you, Sugar. Just caught up with Lauren before this race in the paddock, and you didn't like how your night started off, but Dark Twisted Balboa, you fought hard for that one.
Yeah, sure did. He only did what he had to there, but he got off the gate good and got me in a good spot and just kept him alive and got the job done.
I mean, what's it mean to represent Ontario? Obviously a bit different this year. You're teaming up with Garrett Rooney, who you usually compete with on a nightly basis here. So just what's it mean to represent Ontario here?
Oh, for sure, especially here at Western Fair, home track. It's a lot of fun, kind of proud to do it with especially with Garrett. Good friend of mine, really good driver. I think we'll hopefully have a good night.
All right, next race, you got a bit of a tougher post here. You got post 7 with Arts Alive. Looks like you got a bit of a decent chance in there. What's going to be the game plan in there, Lauren?
It looks like a horse that likes to be moved forward, so we'll take a look leaving the gate and see what we can do. But post 7 is always a tricky one here.
All right, congratulations, Lauren, and best of luck the rest of the way tonight.
Thank you, Nathan.
All right, Lauren House gets Team Ontario's first win of the evening with Dark Twisted Balboa.
Right on. Thank you, Nathan. Lauren House in the winner's circle. First time tonight. It's official, and the claim action from race number 3, Brian Sealster, was claimed by Jason McGinnis and Cynthia Acton. Jason will pick up the training duties. Brian Sealster claimed for $8,000 tonight. Prices for the third Dark Twisted Balboa, $640. We'll do a little reset here on the graphic and bring up more payouts. There we go. $16.70 for that exactor. $26.25 in the dollar try. The super for $1. A 104.05. 20 center coming back at $20.81. Moving right along. A race number 4 up and coming. Sponsored by Shedden Veterinary Services. Key scratch in here. Number 1, State of Play was scratched, leaving it with a field of 7 now. Exactor try super, a daily double. Again, scratch the 1. Up and coming, 6 minutes to post time. Here's that rundown on the third race. Century Jazz 7th, Brian Sealster 2nd, Dark Twisted Balboa race winner. Odds on kickoff 3rd, the 5 and scratch Favaro Sealster 4. Dark Side of Wicked 5th. Ace 44 Jack was finishing 6th. From the top, 7, 2, 1, 3 scratch, 4, 5, and 6. So again, the fourth race up and coming, sponsored by Shedden Veterinary Services, 3 minutes away from the upcoming fourth race. Scratch the 1, State of Play. All right, prior to the third race, we mentioned Becca Masters had a table of sweets set up at the Backstretch Kitchen, and she's raised quite a few dollars, all going to Toys for Tots, of course. I think she says $300 tonight, and maybe like over $800 over the last few weeks leading up to this Drivers Holiday Challenge night. So well done, Becca Masters. Set up in the kitchen with lots of wonderful baked goods. I've tried my lemon squares and as well the Nanaimo bar, the mint chocolate. Oh, fabulous! Anyway, if Becca's still in the kitchen with baked goods left, you might want to check that table out. Well done, Becca. There's a listing for the team standings. Of course, a pair of drivers, Louis and Sam, representing Quebec, showing the way at 43 points. Daryl and Phil, representing Western Canada, have 30. Paul and Austin for the Maritimes with 29. And we have Lorne and Garrett, representing Ontario, with 33 points. Those are the team standings following race number 3. Here's the field for race number 4, scratched down to a field of 7. You're looking at number 2, Lime into Coconut, Louis-Philippe Roy, driving for owner-trainer Randy Parrish. Philly Watcher returning to the races following an extended layoff at post 3, racing for Susan Mix. Trainers Troy Cochran, Garrett Rooney on board. Daryl Thiessen teaming number 4, Rose Run Vortex, owned and trained by Terry Gallant. Michael Goldberg owning, Ben Hollingsworth training number 5, Lord Anthony, Samuel Filion. Then 6, Mel's Legacy, Phil Hudon the call for William Brown, trainers Pat Bissett. Group Pre-Autumn of Quebec owning, it's Rafael Barassa training, 7 Arts Alive. Lorne House try to come right back. Treading spot for the 8, All Bets on Red, Austin Sorey for owner-trainer Chris Haskell. That is your field of 7 for the 4th race, sponsored by Shedden Veterinary Services. Exactor Tries, Superfecta Daily Double. Believe we're going to have a presentation following race number 4 for the Toys for Tots campaign. Getting a look here at number 4, Rose Run Vortex. Love the chances here. He's not gotten a whole lot of room to race in his last couple of outings. And now he gets Thiessen on board. And we know Thiessen loves to send them. Rose Run Vortex has a really good gate blast. I could see him going straight to the top, and they might have to try to track him down late. Rose Run Vortex, I thought he'd be a little more of a price player than 5-2, but he's a really good fit for these. Number 5, Lord Anthony, great fit with these. This is a bit of class relief for the 7-year-old son of sports writer Samuel Filion on board for Ben Hollingsworth, a current favorite here at 2-1. Big shout out to those that have agreed to donate extra tonight based on some drivers winning. Scott McNiven, along with Kim McNiven, donating $50 for any of Sam Filion's victories. $100 if he happens to win the competition. Britt Kennedy donating $50 for each of Garrett Rooney's wins should he get there, and also another $100 if he can win the competition. Lindsay Kerr, she's in to go for $50 for any of Austin Sorey's victories. Another $100 if he wins the competition. Aaron Swenson Brickman and Peter Brickman donating $50 for each of Louis-Philippe Roy. His victories, they're already in for $100, a pair of wins for Louis, and also at $100 if he wins the competition. Clark Brothers, Canadian Livestock, that being Angela Clark, donating $50 each for Lauren House's victories, plus another $100 if he wins the competition. Jared Mann, donating $50 for each win from Team PEI, be it Paul McKenzie or Austin Sorey. And finally, Meg Crone and Anthony Hahn, they are willing to donate $50 for each of Louis Philippois' victories. So they are already in for $100 on Louis' pair of victories. And, of course, Louis is not quite done yet tonight. So thank you, folks, for the additional donations for the Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. So those are some extra donations to be watching for throughout tonight's Drivers Challenge. One last look here at Phil Hudon with 6. Mel's Legacy, price player here at 5-1. Our starter getting set to call them in for race number 4 of 11. And one more time, I believe there will be a presentation following race number 4. Gates moving. One more time, about 90 minutes away from the start of the primetime racing show on the Game Plus Network and other social media platforms. The show will be 8:30 to 10 Eastern, hosted by Chad Rosema, along with John Rallis, World Driving Champion James McDonald, on board for the show as well. And we'll thank COSA, Winback, and Wilson's Tack, all key sponsors for that final show for Prime Time Racing in their 2025 season, brought to you by Cujo Entertainment. Top of the stretch for race number 4, sponsored by Shedden Veterinary Services. Here they come. And away they go. Indy Thiessen teeing up. Rose Run Vortex, though along the inside, Philly Watcher on his return to the races. Been a while, but he is going to front them here. Philly Watcher coming in off that extended layoff on top by 2 lengths. Rose Run Vortex pushing the envelope here. Pocket pulled. He's going to think better of it, though. He's going to duck and tuck one more time. On their way to the quarter mile. Zipped right along here in 28-2. Philly Watcher on the lead for Rooney. Rose Run Vortex in second. Lord Anthony up close in third. Thinking about it fourth. Mel's Legacy. And he's flushing. Lord Anthony, it appears, here at 3/8 completion. Saving ground along the inside. All bets on the red. And next to last and switching wide. Lima de Coconut in play. Trailing the field was Arts Alive. Here's another one that has 4 in and 3 out by the half at 50. 8-2. Philly Watcher. Philly Watcher, the son of Better Than Cheddar, showing the way. Up and at him on the outside travels Lord Anthony. Third and in for Rose Run Vortex. A toe up in fourth. Mel's Legacy buried in fifth. All bets on red. Gapped on his cover. That is Lima de Coconut. Trailing still is Arts Alive. Backside final time. Philly Watcher at 6-1. Still moving forward. Lord Anthony right on the number pad and challenging. 127-4 at 3/4. Bunching up about 4 lengths. Tip to tail, and now they're sailing 3 and 4 high. Bending on that final turn. Philly Watcher clinging to the lead. Lord Anthony not going away. Mel's Legacy at a price, switching 3 wide for Phil. Along the inside, Rose Run Vortex with some late go. This is Lord Anthony, and Sam Fillion picks up a victory. Tight for the deuce. Mel's Legacy in that deuce photo with Rose Run Vortex, 158-1. It's going to be Sam Filion coming back here. Winning driver Sam Filion, sponsored tonight by the McNiven Stable, guiding Lord Anthony to his 22nd career win. 7-year-old gelded son of sports writer from the Mach 3 Dam, Mach Star. Owned by Michael Goldberg of Toronto. Ben Hollingsworth trained. Sam Filion driven to win. They get his 22nd career victory. Number 4 on the season. Gutsy winning effort here in 158-1 to take race 4, sponsored by Shedden Veterinary Services. And we've got a presentation to come here. Into victory lane, Ben Hollingsworth, trainer, winning driver Sam Filion. That was Lord Anthony. Gutting another one out here in London. Congratulations. All right, so race number 4, it is official. 8:10 on the win ticket for Lord Anthony. Again, race number 4 is official. We'll get some prices up there for you. Lord Anthony 810, exactor 49.10, dollar try 53.35, super for $1, $261 even. 20 center was worth 52.20. Lord Anthony, Sam Filion, sponsored by the McNiven Stable, getting the job done. So the Quebec team of Louis Philippois and Sam Filion having a great night thus far. Following 4 races, they have a commanding lead here for the team standings. And we are going to send things down trackside here. And we do have a check presentation going to Rebecca Gilliland, representing Toys for Tots. This check presentation totaling $12,000. That would be the amount for the total of all toys and cash donations. We have our manager of equine programming, Amy O'Toole, director of equine programming, Greg Blanchard, with Rebecca Gilliland of Toys for Tots. We thank all the drivers for joining us this evening. Paul McKenzie, Louis Philippois, Garrett Rooney, Daryl Thiessen, Sam Filion, Phil Hudon, Lorne House, Austin Sorey, all driving for the cause. All drivers receiving a gift bag, of course. Wonderful. Wonderful deal here. 6th edition of the Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. Thanks for being with us, drivers. Here's that official rundown for the fourth. The 1 was scratched. Lyman to Coconut 6. Philly Watcher 4. Rose Run Vortex 3rd. Lord Anthony, Gutsy, Race Winner, Mel's Legacy 2nd. Arts Alive 7. All Bets on Red was finishing 5th. From the top, scratch 6, 4, 3, 1, 2, 7, and 5. The Quebec team of Louis and Sam winning 3 of the first 4 races this evening. Getting word, we've got a request for birthday shout out. This one for Barb Scott on the mutual line. From all your friends here at the Raceway this evening, Barb Scott, happy birthday. Enjoy your night with us. Sending birthday wishes out this evening to Rebecca Crick on track with us tonight. Happy birthday, Rebecca. Enjoy the rest of your night. Live look from our paddock as we await a post parade for the fifth race. In the fifth, number 3, Better in Heels, Razor Sharp Filly, has won 5 of her last 6. The high 5 must play with these. Phil Hudon gets a great shot at hitting the winner's circle. Better in Heels going out for trainer Tess Waxman. Current favorite, number 8, Wicked Discovery, from the trailing spot. Odds on. Race 5 starters on post parade. It's Fillies and Mares, $8,000 claiming tags. Race 5 sponsored by our good friends at Master Feeds. One horse was scratched, number 2, All Star Finest, Sam Fillion. Driving, trying to come right back in here for owners Jared Mann, Kelly McNiven, Scott McNiven trains. Number 3, Better in Heels, trying to come right back in this one for Tess Waxman, Ralph Pitt, Troy Learn. Tess training, Phil Hudon. Gary and Joyce Gagnon, they're on the ownership line for 4, Mighty Mary, trained by Jason Libby. Lauren House is in the race bike. Second time Lasix angle for Mighty Mary. Then 5, B3PO. It's Austin Sorey for Ken Matheson, along with Henry Badakowitz. Ken does the training. Pat Cottrell owns John Kennedy train 6, Lazar Mania, switching to a blind bridle. Paul McKenzie on board. Outside chance for 7, Black Creek Rosebud. This 45-time winner, racing for Haskell, Glenville, Cocahoon, and Rathwell. It's Chris Haskell training. Louis Philippois in the driver's seat. And then a trailing spot for the current favorite here, number 8, Wicked Discovery, racing for Gerard Demers, along with Jean-Roch Meroy. Gerard training Garrett Rooney on board this 8, Wicked Discovery. 7-horse field in the 5th race. A non-jackpot high 5, Exactor and Try, sponsored by Master Feeds. Getting a look here at the filly, Better in Heels. Phil Hudon driving. Phil, sponsored by the Horner Stable. Yet to hit victory lane tonight, but he's been right there a few times. Better in Heels does her best work when on the lead. A winner of 5 from her last 6 races. 4 of those victories right here in London. A 10-time winner in her 3-year-old season. And she gets a big shot with these. 9-5 currently. Better in Heels. Hudon in the sulky. Less than 2 minutes here, and we get a look at 5B3PO. Maybe for the Star Wars fans here, right? B3PO. 4-year-old daughter of Sunshine Beach. Austin Sorey, who's been leading all drivers in Canada for wins in the 2025 season. I believe he's got a great shot here. Likely the best value on the board right now for what she is. Number 5, B3PO. Liking her chances here to fit into the high five. Here's Lauren House getting the call for number 4, Mighty Mary. Now, she just missed last time. I honestly thought she was holding over Star Bets, but in the photo finish, turns out the big mare Star Bets got the best of her very late. So second by a nose in her latest Mighty Mary. That would have been the first time Lasix, so I could expect even more, even better from this mare tonight. Likely to be aiming towards the front or at least up close. So B3PO, who I mentioned likely the best value on the board, well, that one's now down to 3-1, leaving Mighty Mary inflating in price. Right now, the best value for me is this 4, Mighty Mary, on that second time Lasix angle. Lauren House gets a great shot at doubling up tonight. Nine to 5 action continues for number 8, Wicked Discovery. I'd like her better with her nose on gate. It's never an easy task to win from the back tier spot in London, especially when you're a front end type. I mean, Wicked Discovery, her one and only victory on the chart lines here was gate to wire on Remembrance Day. Wicked Discovery from the trailing spot. Opened as a favorite, right now a second choice. 2-1. Gates moving. Final call on this high five play. Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots continuing here. 5th race going in behind the gate, sponsored by Master Feeds. From the rail out, All-Star Finest, Better in Heels, Mighty Mary, B3PO. Lazarmania, Black Creek Rosebud, trailing spot for Wicked Discovery. A 16th out. Here they come. They're off. Mighty Mary giving her cue to leave sharply for House, and she's on top just like that. Better in Heels, the filly protecting her inside lane. That's got a Black Creek Rosebud finding pylons now in 3rd, 4th best away for B3PO, gapped off in the 5th spot as they travel up and towards the quarter-mile clocking. That is All-Star Finest next to last. Wicked Discovery already 10 lengths off the lead, and trailing was Lazarmania. Quarter-mile clocked in 28 3. Leading lady, Mighty Mary, tugging hard on House. 3-5 choice, Better in Heels, 2-hole riding. Black Creek Rosebud right up there with them in 3rd. B3PO 4th. Just trying to close up that gap at 5th. All-Star Finest moving to the outside. Wicked Discovery. And trailing the field, Lazarmania. So here we go. House on the lead in London. Usually a pretty good bet here. 59-1 halftime. A well-rated 30-3 second quarter. Courtesy of Mighty Mary. Mighty Mary leading with the Better in Heels. 2-hole riding. Uncovered and moving up. Here comes B3PO and Sorry staying in. A Black Creek Rosebud out there in 5th. Wicked Discovery. Then in 6th, All-Star Finest. A gap of some 7 lengths or more to Lazarmania. Up and towards 3/4, Mighty Mary. Mighty Mary, though, B3PO just picked her off. Going into the final turn, B3PO to the top. Mighty Mary could not go with. Better in Heels, the filly. Now taking second, caught in behind, no room for Black Creek Rosebud late in this one. Into the stretch they turn. B3PO on top by 3 lengths, trying to make something happen. Better in Heels. Won't happen tonight, though. It's all B3PO. Austin Sorey off and into the night. Second best would be Better in Heels. In for third, a fast-closing Black Creek Rosebud, 158-3. Big mile for B3PO. So number 5, B3PO, shows up here for Sori, winning at 3-1 over the favorite Veteran Heels. Black Creek Rosebud at a big price in for third. Wicked Discovery fourth. And then a 30-1 shot, All-Star Finest, finishing in fifth for the high five. 5, 3, 7, 8, and 2, your winning combination unofficial. So number 5, B3PO. She's had a great 2025 season. She is now 26 for 39 in top 3 finishes, including 9 victories. 15-time career winner, Austin Sori. Set her through the third quarter and got the best of the pace setter going into the final turn and was just pacing off into the night. This is B3PO, owned by Ken Matheson along with Henry Badakowitz. Ken does the training. Austin Sori, again, leading driver for wins in Canada this season. Austin Sori, sponsored by the Kerr Stable. Victorious here with B3PO in the Master Feeds sponsored 5th race. And a quick winning score for this mare in winter racing conditions. 158-3. B3PO. Congratulations. We've got some trackside reaction coming up. We've got Nathan Bain setting up for a Winner's Circle interview with a well-traveled driver in recent times, Austin Sori. Take it away, fellas.
Thank you, Sugar. Austin Sori representing Team Maritimes, their first win of the night. Austin, B3PO, and she's as tough as they come. Take us through the trip there. She worked hard for that one.
Yeah, it kind of set up right in the first turn for her. Like the best horse in the race was caught in the 2-hole, and I said if I can just get to his wheel and keep him pinned there, I said I should be fine.
And, you've been really busy lately in France last week or 2 weeks ago getting to represent Canada. Tell us what that was like. And tonight you get to represent the Maritimes. It must be pretty special.
Yeah, no, it's an amazing spot to go and just see the place and the style of racing and all their training facilities and stuff. It's top notch. It's a really cool place.
All right, coming up in race 6, you got another great shot here. Morally Flexible, the morning line favorite. Game plan going to be had this one near the front.
Just see what happens off the gate. Just go from there.
All right, congratulations, Austin. Best of luck going forward tonight.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, Austin Sori, the leading driver for wins in Canada, kicks off Team Maritime's first win of the night with B3PO. Back to you, Sugar.
Thank you, Nathan. Congratulations, Austin. A winner with B3PO who returned 8:30 on the nose. Daily double on to the 5th race. Came back at 46.70. Exactor, $18.60 try, $39.40 the high five, 20-cent return, 102.14. There are other payouts to go through. The multi-legs, pick 3, $15.75. Dollar pick 4, $532.55. The 20-cent pick 5, $253.42. So Austin Sori for the Team Maritimes in the winner's circle. And, of course, Daryl Thiessen had his horse scratched in there. Does get the 5 points for the scratch. How about Phil Hudon tonight? 1, 2, 3, 4. Count them. Runner-up finishes. Yet to hit the winner's circle. Go back to the opener. He's second best with Hollywood Deo. Over into race number 3. Second best, Brian Sealster. Fourth race, second best, Mel's Legacy. And in there, second best with the filly Better and Heels. So Phil Hudon appears to be sitting on a win. 4 runner-up finishes on the night for Phil. Good luck, Phil. Let's get to the winner's circle tonight. Race number 6, up and coming, 7 minutes away from a group of trotters. Race number 6, sponsored by Grand River Raceway. Shoeing changes for both the 2, Royal Leaf, and the 4, Royal Life. Oh, this should be fun. Royal Leaf versus Royal Life, both getting shoeing changes. The 6, Dealing Double, is scratched out of here. Scratch the 6 in race 6. Exacta Tri Superfecta. Standalone race. No multi-leg wagers involved with race number 6. The next multi-leg wager will come up in race number 7 with the late pick 5 beginning. 6 minutes to race number 6. Race 5 rundown. 1 was scratched. All-Star Finest 5th. Better in Heels 2nd. Mighty Mary 6th. B3PO, the race winner. Lazar Mania 7th. Black Creek Rosebud 3rd. A Wicked Discovery was finishing 4th. From the top, a scratch 5-2, 6-1, 7-3, and 4. 4 minutes away from trotters in race 6. Again, scratch the 6 and shoeing changes for both the 2 and 4. Here's the current standings up to race 5. Looks like Phil Hudon and Louis Philippois have a tie for the lead right now with 41 points. Lauren House in the 3rd spot with 28. These are the individual point totals. Again, tying for the lead. Phil Hudon, Louis Philippois at 41 points. Lauren House and Austin Sorey both with 28 points now. And just behind them, Sam Filion at 27. Paul McKenzie, 24, then Daryl Thiessen and Garrett Rooney rounding things out. The team standings, we've got Team Quebec at 68 points. Western Canada looking like 58. The Maritimes with 52. And then Team Ontario at 44. Trotters on parade for race number 6 of 11. This one sponsored by Grand River Raceway. Number 1, Lucky Rascal. Paul McKenzie pilots for Aaron Swainson Brickman. Peter Brickman trains. Triple S Equine owning Pam Forgy now training off the claim is 2, Royal Leaf. Louis Philippois. Morally Flexible, number 3, racing for Danielle Thiraud. Francis Guillemette training Austin Sorey, driving 3. Number 4, Royal Life, adding Lasix for Doug Dunbar, Bill Hamilton, Doug Hastings, and Tim Flynn. Jason Libby trains Garrett Rooney, the call. Michelle McMullen, Audrey Crawford, David Gowan are on the ownership line. Ken Gowan trains. Sam Filion driving 5, Essential Worker. Number 6 was scratched. 7 outside, Pajamas Optional. Daryl Thiessen teaming tonight for owner, trainer, breeder, Jeff O'Brien. And then the trailing spot for number 8, Junior. Junior going up for Dennis Duford. Ashley Duford trains. Lauren House is catch driving number 8, Junior. So there you have it, a field of 7 on the trot. Again, sponsored by Grand River Raceway here. Even money right now are 2, Royal Leaf, and 3, Morally Flexible being co-favorites. And we do get a look at this 2, Royal Leaf. Louis Philippois on board, trying for his 3rd driving win on the night. Shoeing change for this win, and coming in off the claim and going for trainer Pam Forgy. Winless in his 2025 season. Tonight could be the night, though, as Royal Leaf finds a good spot. Does some pretty good work when he's racing up close, even money currently. All righty. We got some guests up here in the eye in the London sky. One of the gentlemen has a cottage down in Prince Edward Island way around Canoe Cove. Keelan Collin with some ties to Prince Edward Island. Mentioned his grandfather, I believe, was a doctor around Bonshaw. So catching up with a guy with some ties to Prince Edward Island up here in the eye in the London sky. So thanks for the visit, folks. Getting set to go postward here. Race number 6, sponsored by Grant River Raceway. Race 6 of 11 for the Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. Trotters, here we go. Lucky Rascal, Royal Leaf, Morally Flexible, Royal Life, Essential Worker, then Pajamas Optional, trailing out the big long shot Junior. It is 7 starters. They're at the top of the stretch. Picking up speed. Here they come. And there they go. Pajamas Optional. Thiessen sending this one. Killer crossover time. Pajamas Optional swooping into the lead here at 5-1. Away for the pocket ride was Essential Worker, trotting third. Royal Leaf, fourth best away for Morally Flexible, going third to last. Lucky Rascal. Junior has one beaten in the early going, and that one is a Royal Life. Single file up and towards the quarter mile, setting the early tempo. Pajamas Optional, 29 flat, gets the hands of Thiessen tonight. Here comes a challenger. Royal Leaf not waiting. Royal Leaf got right lined out of third. Now going up against it with Pajamas Optional here at 3/8 completion. The front four have paired up on this half-mile approach. Pajamas Optional giving the cold horse shoulder here to Royal Leaf, who threw a step in. Halftime leader Pajamas Optional here. Royal Leaf is second, still up there in third. Essential Worker, the toe up in fourth for Morally Flexible with this front flight in fifth. We've got Lucky Rascal gapping in the sixth spot was Junior, and trailing the field. Royal Life over the half at a nifty 59-4. Pajamas Optional going to try to see this one through. Second best and on the wheel challenging Royal Leaf. Third and in. Essential Worker at a huge number. Out there gapped on cover fourth. Morally Flexible over to 3/4. 129-3. Pajamas Optional still living to tell about it, though. Royal Leaf absolutely won't give up here, won't give in. Still coming back now for Louis Philippe down to these two. Pajamas Optional leading. Royal Leaf, one last push on the outside. Pajamas Optional needing the line, and she will find it. Thiessen had her on top all the way for O'Brien. Second best was Royal Leaf. Fought the good fight. 2:01, big trip for local trotter Pajamas Optional. Unofficial winner number 7, Pajamas Optional. Thiessen put her on the lead at 5-1, and she took on that heavy favorite Royal Leaf at 3-5 throughout, and was able to turn her back there in race number 6. Big shout out to a friend of the show, Mike Troina. Loved the chances for his money player tonight. Pajamas Optional, 12-1 in the morning line. Scores here for Thiessen at 5-1. Pajamas Optional, 5-year-old daughter of wheeling and dealing at a Pajama Land by Cadabra, owned, trained, and bred to victory by Jeff O'Brien of London. Daryl Thiessen teaming this mare to a 2-0-1 gate-to-wire score, 7th career win, number 3 on the season. Mild upset victory here in the Grand River Raceway featured race. Daryl Thiessen, a winning driver, sponsored by Boston Stable for this driver's holiday challenge in support of Toys for Tots. We're going trackside soon with Nathan Bain to have Daryl Thiessen talk us through that big victory. Pajamas optional, the local trotter for Jeff O'Brien all the way.
Well, Daryl, you had your work cut out there. Post position 7. That's not the first time you've won from post position 7 in London. Just take us through the trip, and did you think you're going to make front in there?
I didn't know if I was going to make front, but I was going to give it an honest effort. I actually like the outside better here than I do the inside. For me personally, I can get away a little better. I've been watching that mare for a few years now, and I've always wanted to drive her. She looks like a lot of fun. Runs in on the turns a little bit, but other than that, she's awesome. And she fought them horses off. I had the French connection coming from everywhere. Sammy taking me off the hop, and then here comes Louis first over, and he just don't go away. He's so good. Both of them are, and it's a lot of fun, being around them guys. They bring out the best.
And you know what? You've taken the step up to Woodbine Mohawk Park recently, and you've had a great year. And tonight, what's it like to represent Western Canada here with Phil Houdon?
It's great. Phil's a good friend of mine, and anyone knows me knows I'm proud of where I came from. We don't got a whole lot out there, but what we got's what we got, and we're proud of it, So Western Canada means everything to me.
All right, before I let you go, Daryl, you got a long shot working on Broadway here for Donnie Rankin. I know it'll be hard for him to sit on the bench in this one and watch you, but what's your game plan for the next upcoming race?
Well, if I do make front, I'm going to try to look ahead of me, not behind me the whole time like Donnie looks at us when he's on front with him. But no, I'm just bucking. I love Donnie. But no, we'll just see. He's a nice old classy horse, and I'm sure Donnie will let me know the ins and outs of it, and I guess he's used to tall drivers.
Yeah, we know you'll get your instructions there, Daryl. Congratulations getting Western Canada on the board, and best of luck on the remainder of the night. All right, Daryl Thiessen gets Western Canada's first win of the night. Back to you, Sugar, for the prices.
All right, thank you, Nathan. Well done. Thiessen teaming one up from the outside, gate 7. The killer crossover time. Pajamas optional, doing it and doing it well on the front end mission there. Local horse scoring at 5-1, turning away the heavy favorite Royal Leaf at 3-5. Essential Worker, big number, 40-1, finishing third. And then Morally Flexible is fourth. So Thiessen into the winner's circle, and then, like he says, the French connection with Louis and Sam right there, second and a third behind them. It's now official with the 7-2, 5-3. Okay, prices after going official. Pajamas optional $12.30. Exactor was worth $28.40. Dollar Try $102.90. The Dollar Super $240. 95. 20 center coming back at 48-19. Those winner's circle interviews. Wonderful insight. Daryl Thiessen mentioning he's watched Pajamas Optional now over the last few years, and he was hoping to get a chance to drive that trotter. And sure enough, comes along the driver's challenge, and he gets the call. He sends her, and she fights on. Nice victory for one of our locals. One for the home team here. Pajamas Optional for Jeff O'Brien of London. Daryl Thiessen on for that victory. 7 minutes away from race 7 coming up. This one sponsored by Jake McCurley, Farrier Services. 7th race, start of the Pick 5 opportunity. Scratch the 3, context fashion. Number 9 is going to move in and leave from post 3. Louis will be driving. Louis Philippois listed for the 9, yes. Moving in and leaving from post 3. The rundown for race 6, Lucky Rascal 5th. Royal Leaf fought the good fight, would be 2nd. Morally Flexible 4. Royal Life was 7th. Essential Worker 3rd. The 6 was scratched. Pajamas Optional, strong winner. Junior finishing 6th. From the top, 5, 2, 4, 7, 3, scratch 1 and 6. There's the current individual standings on the night following race number 6. Louis Philippois now all alone on top at 50 points. Phil Hudon is 2nd at 46. Sam Fillion 3rd at 33, just ahead of Austin Sorey. And tightly grouped there, a point separating Sam Fillion to Austin Sorey, and then another point back to Daryl Thiessen. One more point to Lauren House, Paul McKenzie, Garrett Rooney at the bottom of the current standings following race number 6. There are the team totals thus far. Team totals, Team Quebec at 83, Western Canada at 77, the Maritimes at 59, Ontario at 47. Team Quebec strong, though closing up the gap. Western Canada with Thiessen and Hudon. They are getting to the leaders. Time for a late pick 5 in London. As late pick 5 covering the final 5 races of the Drivers' Holiday Challenge. Opening leg. We're on the 2 Marvin Hegler, the 4 Made of Magic, and don't forget about the also eligible number 9, yes, who is moving in and leaving from post 3, now driven by Louis Philippois. 2, 4, and 9. Are the 3 that I'm going to back in the opening leg of this late pick 5. Race 8, I've got pegged as the most wide open affair on the night. I've got it any one of 8 in race 8. So for me, it's going to be the all button all day long. 9th race, we're on the 1. Wine Delight, as well as 3, Miss Sophia Rose. Over into race number 10. 2 deep in there with 4, Jim Sun, and 6, Silver Beast. And rounding it out, we single up the Great Reset at a post 4. There is the 1 horse scratching. Number 1 is scratched from race 11. So number 4, the Great Reset, moves in a spot. I believe he's got a great shot to take the finale with Lauren House on board. That's the way I see the late pick 5 shaking down. $5,000 guaranteed pool. Ticket ideas here for Abode Home Comfort. One more ticket to look at from our friend of the show, Mark Anderson, who's based out of Chicago, sending along selections and pick 5 ticket ideas here, starting up in race number 7. He's on the 2, 4, and 6, starting it up with Marvin Hagler, Made of Magic, Class C guy. Race number 8, he went inside to Odds on Caramel, and 4, Don't Poke the Bear. 3 deep in the 9th for Mark with a 5, 6, and 8, Something Royal, Pretty Missy May, and Pink Quartz. Does go to a single in race 10. He does single out number 6, Silver Beast, likely to be blasting in there for Wah. And race 11, final leg of this pick 5 opportunity. Mark Anderson using the 4, the Great Reset, as well as 5, Fire Inside My Veins, and the 6, Never Mind, who's coming in from Rito. Mark Anderson and his late pick 5 ticket idea. Again, we thank our friends at Abode Home Comfort sponsoring the multi-leg ticket ideas this race meet in London. Live look at our paddock here. The favorites continuing to be 2 and 4, Marvin Hagler, Made of Magic. And now there's action coming for the 9. Yes, again, number 9, leaving from post 3 with Louis Philippois. Trotters once again for race number 7, opening leg of tonight's late pick 5. The 7th race sponsored by Jake McCurley, Farrier Services. Looking at 1, Muscle Up the Gold, Austin Sorey teaming for Patricia Gibb, the trainer's Joe Shaw. Mary Pettin along with Mark McCory on the ownership line of 2, Marvin Hagler with Mark training, Paul McKenzie in the sulky. 3 was scratched. Here's 4, Maid of Magic, Garrett Rooney pilots for owner, trainer, and breeder Dean Wall of London. Don Rankin Jr. owning and training. He gets Daryl Thiessen on board tonight, the Class C trotter, working it on Broadway out of post 5. What a looker. Number 6, Class C guy, Sam Fillion, driving for Kerry Howard. Trainer's Jeff Graham. And then number 7, Downstairs Party, the outsider for Colonel Schneider Jr. Cassidy Schneider trains Phil Hudon. Trailing post 8 for 7 Iron. Racing for Lorraine Parr, trained by Robert Jarvis. Lauren House. And number 9, Yes, is going to move in from the also eligible spot. Leaving from post 3 now is Yes with Louis Philippois driving for Triple S Equine. The trainer is Pam Forgy. So it is a full field of 8. The point system will reflect a field of 8 for the 7th race coming up, if you happen to be keeping score with us tonight. So, late pick 5, starting up here, likely to go well north of $10,000 in the pool. Number 4, Maid of Magic, leaving right behind the car here for Rooney. Second best, last time out over London. That was off a pocket ride, but this is a pretty good spot here for Maid of Magic. Dean Wall does it all with Garrett Rooney getting a catch driving assignment here. Maid of Magic, 17 career victories, just went over $150,000 career earnings. Gets a pretty good shot at starting up the pick 5 play at 7-2. Inside of 2 minutes. Here's that 9, Yes. Louis having a solid night here in London. Louis joining us for the Drivers' Holiday Challenge. Won the first couple of races this evening. Just missed with a very gutsy effort by Royal Leaf in race number 6. He gets a great shot aboard Yes. Now trained by Pam Forgy. Solid winner last time out. That was a start off the claim. It was claimed for the $15,000 tag November 25th. Came back and won. Traveling first up in the latest. Yes, with a big shot to repeat here. You don't want to be missing this one on the opening leg of the pick 5 play. Moving in from the also eligible spot 9. Don't forget about Yes and Wah. Less than a minute. Then there was the 2, Marvin Hagler, taking some action here to the tune of 2-1. Paul McKenzie staying on board for trainer Mark McCory. Pretty good fit with these. Marvin Hagler, more than capable of starting up this pick 5 play. We're about 10 minutes away from the broadcast, primetime racing broadcast of this Drivers' Holiday Challenge event. And we'd like to thank the key sponsors for that primetime racing broadcast, brought to you by Cujo Entertainment, Winback Farms, KOSA, and Wilson's Tack, all key sponsors for the primetime racing broadcast of the end of this challenge. They're going to cover the final 4 races beginning at 8:30 Eastern on the Game Plus Network and other social media channels. Going in behind the gate, race 7 trotters, Muscle Up the Gold, Marvin Hagler, Yes, Made of Magic, working it on Broadway. Class C guy, then Downstairs Party. 7-iron. Trailing spot. Top of the stretch. Opening leg of this evening's late pick 5 in London begins right now. They're off. Made of Magic on the march early here for Rooney. Quickly on top by 3 full lengths. He was in full flight right off the car. Made of Magic sailing to the top. That lead is 3 full lengths to Working It on Broadway in second. Trotting into third. That is Snug Lines for Yes and Wah. Trotting from the 4 spot, we've got the Hagler. Marvin Hagler's on hold. Then Muscle Up to Gold in 5th. 6th is a 7-iron. Moving onto the backfield, Downstairs Party underway for Hudon from last. And getting shuffled to the back was Class C Guy. 29-1. Quick opening quarter-mile clocking for the Trotters. Led by Made of Magic. It's Working It on Broadway. He's going to stay in there second. Right lining at a third. Here comes Yes at 8-5. So it's going to be co-favorites hooking up for a third quarter tilt in London. Made of Magic, and here comes Yes. Both at 8-5, following a halftime of 1:04. Watching this battle from third will be Working It on Broadway. 4th and in for the Hagler, Marvin Hagler. 5th and wide, Downstairs Party, then Muscle Up the Gold. Out of the backfield, 7-iron is wide. 7th. 8th and in for Class C Guy. Backside, final time. Ostrad in the backfield went Downstairs Party. Up and towards 3/4. Full flight going there. Made of Magic. 129-2. That was 28-3 through the third. Made of Magic on the lead. Yes won't go away. Yes is gaining and going by now. Late for Wah. Marvin Hagler set to tip wide for the drive home and still involved. Working It on Broadway. Giving up tonight. Made of Magic. Yes is on the lead. Yes is opening up. Another victory in the Drivers' Holiday Challenge. Louis Philippois. Working It on Broadway, got the deuce. Made of Magic came back for third, and Marvin Hagler 159-2. So number 9, yes, you'd want that one in your pick 5 play. Also eligible, moves in and starts up the late pick 5 in London. Big pot for the pick 5, at least $17,000 plus. How about Working It on Broadway? Big deuce for Thiessen at 6-1, finishing up in third. Well, Made of Magic came back for the Shodo. Marvin Hagler was fourth. 9-5, 4-2. Unofficial. Third driving win on the night goes to the Quebecer, Louis Philippois, winning with the 9-year-old man of many missions, gelding Yes from the Muscles Yankee mare, Fantasy Yankee. Owned by Triple S Equine of Newton, Pam Forgy conditioned. Louis Philippois driven to win here. He's winning Caretaker. Tristan out with Yes, who's gone 2 for 2 under trainer Pam Forgy and winning the Jake McCurley Farrier Services feature. Louis in for 3, 159-2. Nice mile. Yes. Takes race 7 in London. Got Nathan Bain standing by, maybe grabbing Louis Philippois for some quick words. Third driving win on the night for Louis. Things are going well.
Yes, indeed, they are, Sugar. Louis Philippois, do you ever get tired of winning?
No, that feels good. It feels actually good to have a second chance right there because the drive before for the same connection was terrible. Like, the only way I could get beat was just putting a bad drive like this. So it was good to have a second chance right the next race.
Kind of take us through that trip there. Kind of a grit grinding horse there.
Yeah, and even Sam drove him last time for the same connection, and he said he really liked chasing. He felt to him like a horse that better like chasing than on the front. So I just wanted him to get him like not too far away, and then when I had to move him, I moved him. I let him work, and he did all the work.
And one last question here, and I was going to ask how big of an adjustment it is to you're used to the 7/8 at Woodbine Mohawk Park, but doesn't seem to be a challenge for you to switching up to the half-mile racing.
No, I mean, I did all my way before to start racing in Mohawk. It was a bigger adjustment to start in Mohawk than to come back here on a half mile, I think. You know, it's all about you just need the horse that they go, and you can't, like, you raise them aggressively on a half mile, and usually it helps.
Well, congratulations and best of luck going forward, and I know Team Quebec is sitting in a good spot right now.
Thank you.
All right, Louis-Philippe Roy picks up his third win of the evening. That's win 4 for Team Quebec. They remain red hot here in the Holidays Driver Challenge.
Ready. Thank you, Nathan, and wonderful job, Louis. And he's not done yet. He's got very strong bullets on the end of tonight's card. Prices are posted to $5.50 for yes. Exactor came back at $19.80. Dollar try $26.30. The Super for $1. $66.30. 20 center coming back at $13.26. You can flip the page on to race number 8, sponsored by Niagara, Gold Buyer Inc. and Waxman Racing. They're the sponsors of race number 8, Exactor Try Super. It's the late pick 4 beginning. There is a shoeing change for number 2 Atlas Hanover. Steel to aluminum up front. 8 Pacers to start up the late pick 4, again sponsored by Niagara, Gold Buyer Inc. and Waxman Racing. 7 minutes to think about it. Five minutes to go in race 8. I got word from friend of the show, Bud Smith, a little earlier, and he has mentioned and now posted to a Facebook thread by Kelly McNiven that he is going to donate $50 should Western Canada happen to win this Drivers Holiday Challenge. So they're in with a shot. They are 12 points behind Team West, 12 points behind Team Quebec right now, following race number 7. Here's that rundown. A Muscle Up to Gold finished 8th. A Marvin Hagler 4th. 3 was Scratch. Made of Magic 3rd. Working It on Broadway 2nd. A Classy Guy was 5th. Downstairs Party 7th. 7 Iron 6th. Yes was a race winner. Louis Philippois just drove for the triple there. Third win on the night after taking the first 2 dashes on tonight's card. 4 minutes away from race number 8. We'll have some pick 4 ticket ideas coming to you shortly. Latest updates for the individual tallies following race number 7. Louis on top in a big way, 65 points. Second best, Phil Hudon at 48. Daryl Thiessen is at 42 points. That's 5 more than Sam Filion, who's got a few points on Lauren House and Austin Sorey that are currently tied for 5th. And then we got Paul McKenzie just ahead of Garrett Rooney. Those are the standings following race number 7. As the primetime racing show about to begin. They were scheduled to go off at about 8:30 Eastern this evening. Primetime racing brought to you by Cujo Entertainment, hosted by Chad Rosema and John Rallis, with world driving champion James McDonald joining in as well. There's the team standings currently following race 7. 102 points for Team Quebec, Filion and Waugh. It's 90 points for Team West, Western Canada, with Thiessen and Hudon. The Maritimes, McKenzie and Sorey at 65. And then Ontario, Team Ontario with House and Rooney. They've got 57 points following race number 7. Who do you like? 3 minutes away from race number 8, again sponsored by Niagara, Gold Buyer Inc. and Waxman Racing. Ticket ideas, more of them. These are for the late pick 4. Got one for Mark Anderson and myself, brought to you by Abode Home Comfort. Alrighty, so pick 5, live money update. $17,000 plus pool, $4,675 remaining in play following the victory by Yes, the also eligible, moving in to start up the pick 5. So for me, I'm calling race 8 the most wide open race on the night. I've got the all button. Got to go with the all button here. Any one of 8 for me to start up this late pick 4. Over into race number 9. On to the 1, Wine Delight, and 3, Miss Sophia Rose. 10th race, we're too deep in there with the 4, Jim Sun, and 6, Silver Beast. And on the end of the card, race 11, we'll try the 4, The Great Reset. We do have a plan B in there. It's the 5, Fire Inside My Veins. $5,000 guaranteed pool. Pick 4 right here. One more ticket to look at. This one for Mark Anderson from south of the border. His picks are in play tonight. 8th race for Mark. He's on the 1 odds on Carmel. And 4, Don't Poke the Bear, the 9th race. Pacers, number 5, Something Royal, 6, Pretty Missy May, and 8, Pink Courts. Singles up, number 6, Silver Beast, in a 10th. I'm thinking if there's a horse you want to single throughout this sequence, that might be it. Number 6, Silver Beast for Tess Waxman, with Wah on board in race number 10. 11th and final, 3 deep for Mark with the Great Reset, Fire Inside My Veins, and Never Mind. It's like that for Mark Anderson on his late pick 4 in London. Best of luck if you're coming along for the ride or coming up with your own late pick 4 ticket ideas. We'll see them on parade here shortly. Race 8 starters on parade. Primetime Racing Show is underway on Game Plus Network and other social media channels. Number 1, Odds on Carmel, Mark LeMay owning. It's Gerard Demire's training. Phil Hudon gets the call. Number 2, Atlas Hanover, the shoeing chain, steel to aluminum up front. Sam Filion listed for Jason McGinnis. Cynthia Acton, Jason trains. Rick Edwards, Michael Tam, they're on the ownership line of 3, LA Sun Control. Rick Edwards is training Lauren House tonight. Don't Poke the Bear, 4, Daryl Thiessen. For owners, Ken Middleton, David Walls, and James Grant, Middleton conditions. Number 5, Harper's Hat-Trick, Austin Sorey driving for owner-trainer Chris Haskell. Here's number 6, Hazy Coast, the gray son of All Bets Off, racing for Doug Wilson, Mark Horner, Mike Horner training, Garrett Rooney catch driving tonight. 7 outside, Wild, Doc Holliday, Paul McKenzie this evening for William Brown, trainers Pat Bissett. And a trailing spot for number 8, Scratchin' and Itch, Louis Philippois listed for Lenore and Eric Prince, the trainer is Scott McNiven. There you have it, folks. 8 pacers for the 8th race. Opening leg of the pick 4. Race 8 sponsored by Niagara, Gold Buyer Inc. and Waxman Racing. Here's that 6, Hazy Coast. We love his chances here. He's a great fit with these, coming in off the win in his latest from Off the Pace. So he's got that confidence-building victory in the latest. And I love his look right now. Garrett Rooney's got him right on the bit. 9-2 price player. Number 6, Hazy Coast gets a great shot at starting up this late pick 4 in London. So number 4, Don't Poke the Bear, I believe, has got a great shot here. Daryl Thiessen, he's been heating things up here on the back half of the card. It all started with Pajamas Optional, sailing coast to coast in race number 6. Come back for the big deuce in race 7 with that handsome trotter working it on Broadway for Rankin. And here he is for Middleton, driving number 4, Don't Poke the Bear. This horse is a stone-cold closer. If he's close when turning for home, beware. It's 3-2 action right now for the 4. Don't Poke the Bear, and Thiessen was another live bullet on the back half of this Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. Can't forget about the Speed Threat Atlas Hanover shoeing chain, steel to aluminum, racing for Jason McGinnis. Sam Filion listed tonight. One part of Team Quebec. He combines with his good friend Louis Philippois. Quebec on top of the team standings by 12 points, just ahead of Team Western Canada for Phil Hudon, Daryl Thiessen. Atlas Hanover, I could see trying to grab control early and maybe dictate things, try to stick around late. Less than a minute. Louis Philippois. This is the beware horse for me in here. Number 8, Scratchin' and Itch. Watched him finish very strong on his latest. Came from well off the pace to be 4th in 58-4. Mark McDonnell was on board for that. Louis Philippois, the call tonight. Beware horse is number 8, Scratchin' and Itch, in what I've called the most wide open event on this challenge card. I was hitting the all button here in lag 2 of the pick 5, lag 1 of the pick 4. Final call for wagering here as we wait on number 3, LA Sun Control. Get some encouragement to go forward here. Last call, gates moving. Alrighty, it's the 8th race going in behind. This one's sponsored by Niagara, Gold Buyer Inc., and Waxman Racing. Good-looking field, wide open here. And shout out to those tuned in and turned on to Primetime Racing's final show of the season. You've got Chad, you've got John, you've got the King, James McDonald on board for the show. Here come your Pacers, race number 8 of 11. They're off. It's on. Wild Doc Holiday. McKenzie wants a killer crossover in play tonight. He's going to try for it, though. Phil Hudon gets away cleanly from the rail with Odds on Carmel to assume command here. Odds on Carmel depositing Wild Doc Holiday in for the 2-hole ride. Price players are 1-2 on their way to the opening quarter. Don't Poke the Bear got away nicely to be up close in third. Fourth best away. Along the inside, currently, was Atlas Hanover, though Philion got him right line. That's going to force the hand of Don't Poke the Bear. So here comes an action-packed 8th in London. 28 flat heater to start things up here for 9-1 leader Odds on Carmel. Don't Poke the Bear coming to him now for Thiessen. Inside traveling third is Wild Doc Holiday. Looking to catch up to the cover out there in fourth. Atlas Hanover buried in fifth. Harper's Hat-Trick setting it up third over. The Beware Horse scratching an itch. Then came LA Sun Control, and at the back of the pack, Hazy Coast, following a halftime of 58-2. Going to be 4 in, going to be 4 out with 3/8 left to go here in the 8th. Still on the lead, Odds on Carmel, though that lead is down to a quarter length, being pressed along by the attacker, Don't Poke the Bear. Inside traveling third, Wild Doc Holiday. Stalling on the outside was Atlas Hanover. Way up on the outside. Here comes scratching an itch. Wah trying to grand slam early on this card. Scratching an itch keeps on coming in the 3-wide path, and from way back, Hazy Coast out about 4 or 5 deep on this final turn, knifing through. LA Sun Control's got some pace into the stretch they turn. Show 'em if you got 'em time. Don't Poke the Bear, scratching an itch with that green shadow roll for McNiven on the line first. Was in for 4. Hazy Coast from last is in a place photo with Don't Poke the Bear. 158-4, scratching an itch, you betcha. Number 8, scratching an itch. The Beware Horse gets the job done from the trailing spot, and Wah continues the hot streak tonight. 4th driving win, absolutely not done yet. Wah putting on a clinic here in the Drivers' Holiday Challenge. What a night. 8. Number 6, Hazy Coast in the place photo over 4. Don't Poke the Bear, then 7, Wild Doc Holiday. 8, 6, 4, and 7. Your top 4 unofficial. So winning driver, Louis Philippois, having himself a night. Louis, sponsored by the Brickman Stable. Here's Kelly McNiven to lead back, scratching an itch. We caught him last time, finishing up very strong to be fourth. Well, tonight he circles them again, and that green shadow roll just kept on coming. Scratching an itch, 3-year-old gelded son of Sunfire Blue Chip straight out of Buxton by Sunshine Beach. Owned and bred by Lenore and Eric Prince. Trained by Scott McNiven, driven to win by Louis Philippois. Up in time for victory, 158-4. Fourth career win. It's number 2 on the season. And it comes in the Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. Winning race 8, sponsored by Niagara, Gold Buyer Inc., and Waxman Racing. Team McNiven, a big part of this Drivers Holiday Challenge over the last 5 years or so. Daughter Kelly put in a lot of time and effort, and she's with the crew again, as well as her mom Kim, the Brickman family, Brinsley, and Aaron Swainson Brickman. Louis Philippois, sponsored by the Brickman Stable. That is 4 wins tonight. Again, he's not done yet, folks. Scratching an itch at 3-1. Congratulations. So scratching an itch. He's a winner here at 3-1. There's no shot he plays 3-1 in the multi-legs. I mean, he's 10-1 on the morning line. He's probably playing more like a 6 or 8-1 horse in the multi-legs. But he does return $8 on the nose. Exactor came back real good at 70.20 for those two. Dollar Try at 70.50. The Super for a buck. 624.05. Your 20-cent Super worth 124.81. And how about that big deuce by Hazy Coast? He went from 8th to 2nd. He's like 4 and 5 wide through that final turn. Nice finish for Hazy Coast and Rooney to be 2nd in there. And Thiessen, as mentioned on the back half of this card, he's really picked it up. Nice 3rd with Don't Poke the Bear for Middleton. 9 minutes away from the upcoming 9th. The 9th race sponsored by the Mark Horner Stable. You can scratch the 7 Fashion Forward. 9 will not be moving in. Number 8, Pink Quartz going out for Cameron McQueen. Shoeing Change, aluminum to steel up front. 8 minutes away from the 9th. Exactor Try Super, a pick 3 opportunity next. Here is that official rundown if you happen to be keeping score with that scorekeeper sheet inside the on-track program. There was a placing in race 8. Odds on Carmel was 6th and placed 5th. Atlas Hanover 8. LA Sun Control 7. Don't Poke the Bear 3rd. Harper's Hattrick was 5th and placed 6th for interference to number 1 prior to the finish. Hazy Coast, big deuce in there. Wild Duck Holiday 4, Scratching an Itch. The Beware Horse puts Louis Philippois in the winner's circle 4th time tonight. From the top, a 5, 8, 7, 3, 6, 2, 4, and 1. 4 minutes away from our upcoming 9th race, again sponsored by the Mark Horner Stable. What we called race number 8 wide open, and there you see the front 7 all separated by about 3 lengths. The winner, very strong though, Scratching an Itch. A nice trip for the 3-year-old Son of Sunshine, the Blue Chip, and or Sunfire Blue Chip, and T. McNiven. Well done while on board, Scratching an Itch for the victory. 3 minutes away from this upcoming 9th. Again, a pick 3 opportunity next. Current individual point standings. Well, it appears Louis Philippois, he's a runaway right now. 80 points with those 4 victories, accounting for 60 of those points. Phil Hudon next in line with the 52. Daryl Thiessen is in 3rd at 49 points. Then we've got Sam Filion 4th at 38. A point behind Sam, Paul McKenzie. Another point to Austin Sorey, another point to Lauren House, and another point to Garrett Rooney. He's at the back of the pack. It's following race number 8. Current individual point tallies. Now we're down to 2 minutes away from the upcoming 9th. Shout out to our cappers tonight. Well, all of them. They wanted to be a part of this Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. It's become a staple during the holiday racing season here in London. Lou Sorella, Nathan Bain like the chances for 1. Wine Delight, Garrett Rooney. Ghislaine Paquette, Howard the Lock like the chances for 6. Pretty Missy May, Austin Sorey. Myself, well, I like Miss Sophia Rose, Sam Filion. Melissa Keith likes the 2 Rose Ricky, Daryl Thiessen, Mark Anderson after the 5-something Royal, and Lauren House. So many different ideas here as far as selections go for race number 9. Live money update, pick 5, $668 left in play from that $17,000 plus pick 5 pool. And then there was the pick 4, $10,000 plus pool, $1,715 still in play following a 3-1 victory by Scratchin' an Itch. Waiting the post parade for the upcoming 9th race, again sponsored by Mark Horner Stable. Live shot from our paddock here, and was checking out Facebook, a post made by Ontario Racing today, and they're offering up, well, we'd like to offer up congratulations as well to the following 2025 nominees for the Dan Patch Awards. What an incredible year for each of the following individuals. Ontario being well represented. Up for Driver of the Year, James McDonald. For Trainer of the Year, Dr. Ian Moore. The Breakthrough Award, John Rallis, who's joining us for the Primetime Racing Show tonight. The Stan Bergstein Proximity Award, Bill O'Donnell's up for that. Billy O. And the Unsung Hero Award, John McMillan out of Rideau Carleton up for that. Congratulations on being nominees for the Dan Patch Awards. James, Ian, John, Bill, and John McMillan. Pacers on parade. It's the Fillies and Mares, $8,000 claiming tags, led by one Wine Delight. Garrett Rooney, the call tonight for Deborah Thomas. Gord McKnight conditions. Number 2, Rose Ricky. Daryl Thiessen driving for Brad Wilson. Trainers Dwayne Spitzig. Miss Sophia Rose 3, Sam Fillion listed for William Brown. Trainer is Pat Bissett. Colonel Schneider Jr. owning. Cassidy Schneider trains the 4, Seal the Dark, Phil Hudon. Number 5, Something Royal, Lauren House driving for Nathan Bain and Tom Bain, David Bain conditions. Ken Middleton, James Grant on the ownership line of 6, Pretty Missy May with Ken training. Austin Sori on board. 7 was scratched. Number 8, Pink Courts, racing for Robert Woodburn, trained by Cameron McQueen with Louis Philippois. His drive for 5 right here. 7 was scratched. 9 doesn't move in. The exactor tries super to pick 3 right here in the 9th. Here's the updated standings for the team totals. Quebec getting away once again over Western Canada. Their lead 118 to 101. The Maritimes back in third with 73. Ontario rounding things out with 69 points. Can they catch Fillion and Waugh? Team Quebec 17 points ahead of Western Canada's Phil Hudon and Daryl Thiessen. 3 dashes left to go. This challenge covering all 11 races as we get a look at Fillion. And number 3, Miss Sophia Rose, my top selection here. I'll stick to it. Right now, she's a price player at 6 to 1. Her best shot to win here is to leave sharply and touch down on the lead. If she takes front in here, she could be very tough to track down. 7 to 1. Like her chances, love that price. Here's the one Wine Delight. One of the few showing sub 2-minute speed over London in recent starts. Back November 4th, did post a mile in 59-1. The question mark for me is, can this mare leave? I mean, I'm looking through her program lines. Last time she had the rail, she got away 6th and was 7+ lengths behind at the opening quarter. So Wine Delight, she's going to have to stay close. Her best shot is to get away in the front half of the field because she's usually got a pretty good kick on the end. Garrett Rooney hopping on board for this catch driving assignment. 7-2, a value in a great betting board here for race number 9. Just over a minute. Here's number 2, Rose Ricky. Here's another one that I was kind of liking, but I wasn't sure about the early speed. She does show sitting third from post 5, a quarter in 28-3 over Leamington late October. But since then, absolutely no early speed. But look who's in the sulky. Daryl Thiessen, who can get one off the car pretty good. You're getting 5-1 right now for number 2, Rose Ricky, and what appears to be kind of wide open. Right now, the favorite is the 6, Pretty Missy May, at 8-5, and then some pretty good value on the remainder of the field. And there is Pretty Missy May going out for Ken Middleton. Austin Sorey in the driver's seat. He's gotten a victory earlier on in tonight's program. Was getting there with B3PO in the 5th. He gets a shot to double up on the card with Pretty Missy May. Starter calls the horses. It's post time. Going on to the upper turn, group of $8,000 claiming fillies and mares here. Race 9 sponsored by Mark Horner Stable. Big shout out to Winback Farms, COSA, and Wilson's Tack, key sponsors for the primetime racing broadcast. Final show of the season brought to you by Cujo Entertainment. Field of 7 on the pace, 8th out. Picking off speed. Here they come. They're off, and check out that gate leave, crossing right on over long before the turn. Pretty Missy May. She has set the table early for Austin Sorey. Away for the 2-hole ride, Miss Sophia Rose, and then in third, Wine Delight. She gets the race up close in this one. She is third, traveling fourth, Rose Ricky. And then in the 5th spot, Pink Quartz for the back tier spot. Next to last was Seal the Dark. Something Royal would have to circle them. Single file up and by this quarter mile. 29-3, looking very comfortable here going into turn number 2. Pretty Missy May tapping it up unchallenged with Miss Sophia Rose tracking second. Wine Delight continuing in third, though she's thinking about it. Traveling in fourth, Rose Ricky is going to flush out. Wine Delight to travel first up for Rooney, pairing up on this half-mile approach. Here comes Wine Delight, rushing and brushing here. Up against it with Pretty Missy May, who's going to take her on. A third quarter beatdown coming up. Following a halftime of 1:01. It was 31-2 for the front end speed through the second quarter. Pretty Missy May up and at her. Travels Wine Delight, gapped off in third. Miss Sophia Rose coming through to be fourth was Pink Quartz. Out there in fifth, Spinning Wheels, Rose Ricky. Then came Seal the Dark. And last and trailing, Something Royal up and towards 3/4. 2-horse breakaway here. Pretty Missy May broke the beam at 3/4. 130 flat. She was 29 flat through the third, and Wine Delight was drafting for a bit. Now she's back out and challenging. Wine Delight going a big one, 5-2. Price Players here with an 8 left to go, and now joining them in third, Miss Sophia Rose saving ground throughout here as Pink Court showing up late. Almost there, Pretty Missy May, Wine Delight, Miss Sophia Rose. Pretty Missy May downtown in London for the Austin Sorey driving double, 2:01-2. So number 6, a Pretty Missy May had a very sharp gate lead for Austin Sorey. He had her on top all the way, and when challenged, was able to turn away Wine Delight. 5-2 Price Players in the first and second spot. Then it was Miss Sophia Rose. And race favorite Pink Quartz finishes up in 4, 6-1, 3 and 8 unofficial. So the Maritime team of Paul McKenzie, Austin Sorey, picking up, we're going to call it about 19 points in here. I think it's 14 points for the victory with a field of 7. And Paul McKenzie picking up 5 for the scratch of number 7. Here's Austin Sorey back for the second driving win on the night. It comes aboard Pretty Missy May, 4-year-old daughter of Big Jim out of Little Miss Sporty by Sports Writer. Here's your winning caretaker to lead her in for a winner's circle photo. Owned and bred by Ken Middleton. Ken sharing ownership with James Grant. Ken, the winning trainer. Austin Sorey, the winning driver. It's the mare's 9th career win. That's 7 on the season. Stops the clock in 2:01-2. Congratulations. So driving double for Austin Sorey this evening. Well done. Sponsored by Kerr Stable. Official and prices. Pretty Missy May, $7.20. Exacta were $23.80. Dollar Try, $48.75. Super for a buck, $175. 25. 20 center coming back at $35.05. And then there were two races left to finish up this Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. Reduced field of 6 coming up for race number 7, or race number 10. Again, let's repeat that. A field of 6 coming up for race number 10. We're going to use the point system based on 7 starters. If you're keeping track of the point totals here, Race 10 coming up, reduced to a field of 6. We will be using the point system for 7 starters. So the winner of this race will get 14, second will get 9, and etc. Again, a 6-horse field where we will use the point system for 7 starters. So race 10 sponsored by Cujo Entertainment. Shoeing changes for both 3, the Lone Ranger, and 5, Mickey Make Some Speed. They're both going to go aluminum to steel up front for shoes. Scratch the 7 and 8. Number 9 will not be moving in. The 9th race rundown. Wine Delight was 2nd. Rose Ricky 7. Miss Sophia Rose 3rd. Sea of the Dark was 5th. The Something Royal 6. Pretty Missy May, the race winner. The 7 was scratched. Pink Quartz was finishing 4th. From the top, 2, 7, 3, 5, 6, 1, scratch 4. Austin Sorey driving for the double. Updated standings here, individual standings. Holding down the top spot, looking very comfortable here with just 2 races left to go. Louis-Philippe Roy, 84 points. Phil Hudon at 55. He's 5 ahead of Daryl Thiessen and Austin Sorey. They are both tied for the 3rd spot, that is, at 50 points. Then rounding things out, Filion, Rudy, McKenzie, and House. So Roy leads, Hudon 2nd, tied for 3rd are Thiessen and Sorey. 3 minutes away from the upcoming 10th race, again sponsored by Cujo Entertainment, who right now is putting on the show with Primetime Racings, a broadcast of the Drivers Holiday Challenge. You can find that show on Game Plus Network, as well as various social media platforms. And again, one more big shout out to key sponsors for that primetime racing broadcast: Winback Farms, Cosa, and Wilson's Tack. Team standings: Quebec with a stranglehold. 128 points over Western Canada at 105. Then it was the Maritimes with 92 and Ontario with 80 points. Quebec with Roy and Filion, a commanding lead with 2 dashes left to go. Live money updates here with 2 legs left to go on the multi-legs. $17,000 plus pick 5 pool, and sharp drop in live money remaining for the pick 5. There it is, 187 and change only in play for that $17,000 plus pick 5. The pick 4 began in race number 8, $10,000 plus pool, 479, still moving forward following the victory by Pretty Missy May. She was good to go. All right, we're all pretty much on number 6, Silver Beast, to go a big one here. Howard, Mark, Nathan, Ghislaine, Lou, and myself all chasing after this 3-5 favorite. Well, Melissa Key, she's going to try to upset the apple cart with number 5, Mickey Make Some Speed. Shoeing change there for Cameron McQueen. Paul McKenzie gets the call on board. 16-1 price player, the top selection for Melissa Key. Number 5, Mickey Make Some Speed. We'll see them post-parading here shortly. $8,000 claiming event for the Pacers here. Race 10, scratched down to a field of 6. Again, the point system we'll use here would be for 7 starters. Number 1, Street Art at Sam Fillion driving for Jean Allaire, Francis Guillemette, Francis training. Jean Larocque is the owner, Cameron McQueen, the trainer of 2, Carson Star Choice, Phil Hudon. The Lone Ranger 3, Garrett Rooney pilots for Don and Heather McGregor, Peter Core trains. And then for Jim Sun for Bert and Jason Sherman with Jason training. Austin Sorey tries to triple up tonight. Mickey makes some speed is 5. It's Paul McKenzie driving for Carl Davidson, the trainer, Cameron McQueen. And completing this one, number 6, Silver Beast, racing for Levi Kipfer, Tess Waxman, Tess training, Louis Philippois. This is his drive for 5. And a 2-5 heavy hitter in this field, number 6, Silver Beast. 7, 8 were scratched, the 9 does not go. 10th race sponsored by Cujo Entertainment, bringing you Prime Time Racing in their final show this evening with host John Rallis, Chad Rosema, World Driving Champion James McDonald joining in on the broadcast as well. Silver Beast, we're going to stay with him here. The heavy hitter, the betting public gets behind this one. We mentioned in this final multi-leg wager sequences of both the pick 4, pick 5, even the pick 3. This horse was likely a single for many. Silver Beast with Louis Philippois on board. There's another one to think about here. Austin Sorey's having a pretty good night. The driving double, where he had Pretty Missy May on to victory there in race number 9. Before that, he had B3PO. Well, he gets a pretty good shot here with Jim Sun, who's been very sharp this newer meet in London. You can go down to October 14th, and since then, 3 victories, including a second and a third best finish. Pretty good run for the son of Big Jim in his 2025 season. 22 for 36 in top 3 finishes, including 6 wins and a seasonal mark over London, 158 flat. Now this horse, he can blast off the wings pretty good. Likely to be in the lineup with number 6, Silver Beast. I'm not sure which one would cut it. I think it's got to be the 4 or 6. 6 or 4. Jim's son fits well. The exactor factor with Sorey on board. Less than 2 minutes. Here's number 2, Carson Star Choice, one of 2 Cameron McQueen trainees. So Cameron supporting the Drivers Holiday Challenge event with his horses. Also pretty good at supporting the Toys for Tots campaign. As mentioned earlier, a friend of the show was messaging me earlier, witnessed Cameron and his dad, John, dropping off more than a few dozen gifts to Wilson's Tack. Unwrapped toys were donated. They did the same thing last year, so well done for Team McQueen, Cameron, and his dad, John, in dropping off many toy donations to Wilson's Tack over the last week or so. They've got a shot here with a pair of them, number 2, Carson Star Choice, and a 5, Mickey Make Some Speed. Final call for the wagers here on race number 10 of 11. Louis Philippois, commanding lead for individual points on the night. Team Quebec still ahead of Team Western Canada in the team point tallies. Race 10 in London. Gates moving. So again, Lauren House, Daryl Thiessen sitting this one out. The scratches of 7 and 8, both Lauren and Daryl picking up 5 points for the scratches. Going in behind, reduced field of 6 here. They'll all be on gate. Group of $8,000 claimers. Street Art on the rail. Carson Star Choice. The Lone Ranger. Jim Sun. Mickey Makes Some Speed. Silver Beast. Field of 6. Top of the stretch. Picking up speed. Here they come. And away they go. Indeed, the lineup. Silver Beast and Jim Sun. Those two, first and second off the car. Silver Beast, a 13-time winner this season. Many of those victories were on the lead. Louis Waugh, his drive for 5, got him on top here. Silver Beast leading with Jim Sun in for the trip again. Traveling up close there with them in third with Street Art, all alone in 4. Tight lines for Carson Star Choice and Hudon. Next to last travels Mickey Makes Some Speed. It was a sluggish beginning for the 3, the Lone Ranger. Gapped out here, this field of 6, likely a dozen lengths from tip to tail. 28 and 4 was the quarter mile clocking. A Silver Beast is a leading, keeping close tabs on him there in the pocket as Jim Sun. Street Art continuing third. Here comes Carson Star Choice, rolling the dice to travel first up for Hudon. That's a toe up for his barn mate. Mickey Makes Some Speed. And trailing the field was the Lone Ranger, following up a halftime of 58 and 4. 30 flat through that second frame. Silver Beast with 3/8 left to go. Traveling a second, Jim Sun. Right lining at a third. Here comes Street Art and Philion. So Team Quebec set to throw down here. Oh, but Silver Beast finds another gear. Silver Beast going quickly up and by 3/4. 127 and 4. That was 29 flat through the third. Silver Beast leading with Jim Sun chased up in the pocket. Street Art is locking in the Maritimer Austin Sorry. So Philion and Waugh are first and second turning for home. Now Jim Sun does find room. He's going to split the Quebecers. Silver Beast almost there. Jim Sun, one last push on the outside. Silver Beast, LPR in for 5. Jim Sun second, Street Art third, well back and forth. The Lone Ranger 1:57 and 4. Quick mile on the night. Silver Beast did not disappoint. Louis Philippois, wow, what a night for Louis. And he's not done yet. So it was 6, Silver Beast all the way in 57 and 4. Waugh on board for Waxman. 6, 4, 1 and 3 unofficial. Here's the Waxmans coming back with the Silver Beast, 9-year-old bay gelded son of Better Than Cheddar out of Danik Patrick's. by Rock and Roll Hanover. Racing 4, Levi Kipfer along with Tess Waxman. Tess, the winning trainer. Louis Philippe Roy, big night in the Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. His drive for 5 right there on board Silver Beast. What a mile on this cool evening. A 157 and 4. Gate to wire. Louis with his 5th victory on the night. Sponsored by the Brickman Stable. 157 and 4. Silver Beast on top. Congratulations. Prices: Silver Beast $260, Exactor worth $480, Dollar Try $4 even, the Super for $1 $23.70, 20 center just shy of $5. 8 minutes away from race 11, our finale. Scratch the 1, Sizzlin' Hot Herbie. The 9 will not be moving in, so Phil Hudon wrapped up his night here, and he gets 5 points on the end of it for that scratch with 1, Sizzlin' Hot Herbie. Race 11 up next, sponsored by London Classic Yearling Sale. We got about 7 minutes to post time. A field of 7 on the trot for an exactor try and non-jackpot high 5 play. The official rundown for race 10, Street Art was 3rd, Carson Star Choice 6, the Lone Ranger 4, Jim Sun 2nd best, Mickey Makes Some Speed 5th, Silver Beast was a race winner. Both the 7 and 8 were scratching from the top 3, 6, 4, 2, 5, 1, a pair of scratches on the bottom. Louis Philippe Roy driving his 5th winner on the card. We'll see him next on 5, Fire Inside My Veins, for race number 11 coming up. Current standings, individual standings here. Louis on top with 98. Austin Sori is in second at 59. Real battle going on for the deuce, actually. They're not going to catch Louis. He's going to be the champion driver of the 2025 edition. So a real battle on for second. Austin Sori at 59. Phil Hudon at 57. Daryl Thiessen 55. And then Filion had 50. Back markers are Garrett Rooney, Paul McKenzie, and Lorne House. So the winner will be Louis Philippois. It's toss up for second right now. Very tight battle going on for the deuce for the individual point standings. 4 minutes away from race number 11. And here's the latest update for the team standings. It appears Team Quebec will not be caught. They will win it over Western Canada, who's currently second. The Maritimes can move up into that deuce spot. Team Ontario likely to finish up in fourth here. So they're not going to catch Team Quebec, but it's another pretty good battle for the deuce in the team standings for this Drivers Holiday Challenge. 3 minutes away from race number 11. I'd like to thank the big crowd that came out in support of the Trifecta Tuesday event at the top of the fair. We had a very nice crowd joining us for the buffet dining experience, the Raceway betting voucher, free play voucher for Gateway Casinos London. The seniors discount was in effect as well. We'll do it again, another Trifecta Tuesday event coming up 1 week from tonight on Tuesday, December 16th. I believe there are still some dining options available there. You can book a reservation at topofthefair.com. Race 11 coming up, again sponsored by London Classic Yearling Sale. It'll be Trotters for the non-jackpot high five, reduced to a field of 7 with the scratch of number 1. Race 11, the finale field for the Drivers' Holiday Challenge. It's Trotter, scratch the 1, number 2, Monteverde. Paul McKenzie on board for Kerry Howard, trainers Jeff Graham. Colonel Schneider Jr. owns. Cassidy Schneider trains 3. Spun from Magic, Garrett Rooney. Number 4, the Great Reset, Lauren House, Chantel Rice on the ownership line. Chantel the breeder. Lauren is the trainer-driver. Number 5, it's Fire Inside My Veins, Louis Philippois. This would be for a 6-pack. He's on board for Gary Lance, trainers Randy Marriage. Number 6, Nevermind. The New Zealander, owned by Ron Sneddon, trained by Dwayne Spitzigen from Rito, driven by Garrett Rooney. 7 outside, Forbidden Treasure, Sam Filion listed for Pam Forgy. Mindy Findling, Repco, it's Pam training. Samuel Filion on the 7. And the back tier spot for the 8, Art Royalport. It's Austin Sorey driving for Tag Farm Inc. of Quebec. It is Gerard Demers conditioning, a strong combo. We always say it. Demers and Sorey, they team up with 8, our Royalport in this one. 7 trotters for the non-jackpot High Five finale, sponsored by London Classic Yearling Sale. Here's number 4, the Great Reset with Lauren House on board. I just caught a clip by Nathan Bain from our paddock earlier on this evening when he was catching up with the Lauren House for, well, he wanted to check in with the defending champion of the Drivers' Holiday Challenge and asked him what his best chance might be for a victory. Now, he already has won a race tonight. Lauren House got to the winner's circle very early on the card. Dark Twisted Balboa back in race 3, but when asked what he thought his best chance was to hit the winner's circle, he did mention this for the Great Reset. He says he's fitting in well with these. Pretty much a top-class trotting event here. He's been our track record holder with his 155-3 victory in his 2024 season. The Great Reset gets a big shot to top this High Five finale. Lauren House would love to win his second on the night here in London. Less than 2 minutes. Wagering time on race 11. It's the High Five. Well, we can't ignore Louis. He's on 5. Fire Inside My Veins for trainer Randy Marriage. This one coming in from Flamborough. He did have a victory there, 2 back and 58-4. It was gate to wire. So there's the early speed threat factor for this stallion son of Muscle Mass. Very handsome stallion son of one of the best trotting sires ever here on Ontario. Muscle Mass. This is Fire Inside My Veins. Louis now tries for a 6-pack on this Drivers' Holiday Challenge night in London. Less than a minute. Here's Paul McKenzie on board number 2, Monteverde. Now gets the lead from the rail end here. His best chance is to race up close. You're getting a big price on this veteran son of Cantab Hall. 7-time winner this season. Again, his best shot will be from racing up close in here. He does get that rail to work with, though there are plenty of speed options in here. This first turn could get quite interesting. A final call for wagering here. Race 11. So we're going to thank everyone for tuning in and catching the sixth edition of the Drivers Holiday Challenge, all in support of Toys for Tots. We know Louis Philippois is going to be the champion driver. We know Team Quebec is going to win the team portion of this challenge, but the real winners are all the children that will find a gift under the tree at Christmas. Toys for Tots, the big winners here. A field of 7 on the trot for Race 11, sponsored by London Classic Yearling Sale. Here they come. And away they go. First to show, Fire Inside My Veins. The stallion son of Muscle Mass went out in search of the lead. He found it early. Fire Inside My Veins to the top. Spun from Magic away in second. Monteverde is trotting from third. Midfield fourth for the Chestnut. That is the Great Reset in house. Fifth best along the inside, our Royal Port came ahead of Nevermind. The earliest trailer was Forbidden Treasure. A single file, 28-1. Heater for this trotter, Fire Inside My Veins. He is fired up indeed tonight. The lead is 2 full lengths for Waugh. Spun from Magic, big long shot player, is sitting second, continuing third. Monteverde, the Great Reset, he is peaking to the outside and fourth. Fifth best still for our Royal Port. Then came Nevermind and Forbidden Treasure. Halftime leader striding out here like he owns the place. Fire Inside My Veins put up the half at a nifty 57-3, and just like that, on top by 5, make it 6 expanding lengths. Fire Inside My Veins going for it right here, right now. He's got them onto the backside final time. The Great Reset pushing on for second. Breaker in the backfield. Nevermind has jumped it off. Up and by 3/4. Here it is for Fire Inside My Veins. 127 flat. 29-2 speed through the third. Fire Inside My Veins still holding by 5 open lengths. Under urging second. Monteverde on to take third was our Royal Port. The Great Reset going to go wide for the drive home. This is Fire Inside My Veins, and Louis is going to put an exclamation mark on his big night in the Drivers Holiday Challenge for Toys for Tots. The 6-pack for LPR, a winner by 5. Monteverde second, our Royal Port, then the Great Reset, Forbidden Treasure, spun from Magic and Nevermind, 159-1. Winning high five combo 5, 2, 8, 4, and 7. 5, 2, 8, 4, and 7. Your top 5 unofficial. Fire Inside My Veins jogs in the finale. Oh, what a night for LPR, winning 6 of the 11 heats for the Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. LPR put on a clinic. Returning down in front, this is Fire Inside My Veins, a 6-year-old, a Bay Stallion by Muscle Mass. What a looker. At a prize, Angie by Angus Hall, owned by Gary Lance of Port Perry. Randy Marriage, winning trainer. Louis Philippois, winning driver here. What a mile. What fractions for the trotter on a cool night of winter racing in London. 159 and once. 16th career win, number 6 on the season. And a 6-pack for LPR. Puts a big cap tonight on the Drivers Holiday Challenge, all in support of Toys for Tots. We have our Director of Equine Programming as well as our Manager of Equine Programming, that being Greg Blanchard and Amy O'Toole. And they're there to congratulate Team Quebec, represented by Samuel Filion and Louis Philippois. They're the winning pair. We're going to send things down to Nathan now. He's got, he's in between with Louis and Sam. Take it away, Nathan.
All right, thank you, Sugar. And Team Quebec, quite a night here in the Drivers Holiday Challenge. Louis Philippois, just an outstanding night. You love London tonight, don't you?
Yeah, well, when you get that good horse to drive, I think every time I got on the track, I look at the board and I was always like 5-2, 3-1, or whatever. So in a tournament like this, it's a big help at first.
And just talk about what it means to win this here with Sam Filion. I know you had some kind words to say about him earlier, and you guys have a good friendship as well. So this has just got to be amazing.
Yeah, definitely. You know, coming here, I was wishing I would come here with Sylvain. I was stuck with Samuel, so still, just joking. But no, it was definitely Sam's like a brother for me. So, like I said earlier, I wish we could race every night together. So to team up here tonight was a real pleasure for me.
Well, congratulations, and great to have you here with us tonight.
Thank you.
All right, Louis Philippois along with Sam Filion, and Sam, a lot of nice words Louis said about you, and how much have you looked up to Louis over your career?
Well, like Louis said, it's more like family. Like I started racing, and he was like my big brother. And if I need to ask somebody a question or somebody, I'm gonna ask him all the time. So it was, just like he said, it's more like family, brothers things, and I'm glad like he's helping me like he does.
And this is kind of your stomping grounds here in London. You've been a regular here for quite some time, and how much more does that make you feel comfortable being that you get to drive on London on a regular basis?
Well, I think a day like today, when a driver like Louis come up here and then does that, it just shows you, then you get to learn more, and then I'm up to do it, right?
Well, congratulations, Sam, and I know this means a lot to you. Team Quebec dominating here.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Sam Filion and Louis Philippois, congratulations. We'll get Amy O'Toole and Greg Blanchard in here for a picture with the winning trophy.
Right on. Wonderful job all night, Nathan. Congratulations, Louis and Sam, hoisting the spoils of victory here. Team Quebec takes the Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots, and Louis, the champion driver of this evening, with 6 driving wins. He certainly put on a clinic. And as Sam mentioned, you know what, to have Louis show up and do what he did tonight, just a spectacular evening. Well done, both Louis and Sam and all the other drivers that competed tonight. We thank you so much for being part of this very popular event, the Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. There's the final point standings. Louis Philippois on top with 112 points. Austin Sorey did get the deuce at 65. Then Phil Hudon completed the top 3 with 62 points. And then came Thiessen, McKenzie, Filion, Rooney, and House. And there are the final team standings. We had a pair of drivers representing regions from across Canada. It was Filion and Waugh for Quebec with 165. Western Canada held on to second with Hudon and Thiessen, 119. The Maritimes with McKenzie and Sorey finishing third at 118. And Ontario with House and Rooney finishing in fourth at 95. So well done to all. Thank you, everyone, for being a part of our Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots for the 2025 season. We are going official here in Race 11. The prices are posted. $360 for Louis with Fire Inside My Veins. Late double, $540. The exactor was worth 37 even. Dollar try, 53.85. The high five, 20 setter, 56.51. The pick 3 comes in at about $11 for a dollar ticket. The dollar pick 4, 57.10. The pick 5, 20 setter, 58.23. The official rundown for race 11. 1 was scratch, Monteverde second, spun from Magic 6, the Great Reset 4, a Fire Inside My Veins, race winner. Never Mind finishing 7th, Forbidden Treasure 5th, Our Royal Port was finishing 3rd. From the top, scratch 2, 6, 4, 1, 7, 5, 3 on the bottom. Big night for LPR. The 6-pack, and he takes the finale to put a big cap on the 6th edition of the Drivers' Holiday Challenge at the Raceway. Thank you all for being with us tonight from the Eye and a London Sky. I'm Sugar Doyle. Have yourself a great evening. We'll catch you again on Friday.